seat is Mr. Idowu Ekundayo, who is a member of the committee of the National Assembly in Spanteca. Mr. Ekundayo, you call. And thank you for the time. Also, we have institutional exposure of the restoration department of weapons. I confirm that I don't like to do that public respect for me. I'm not willing to stay to 60 for a time. So let us welcome them very well. So that when we are put there, different things. Once they see our life, they will quickly give up. So every time I give up. Thank you for the contribution. Also, we know this morning, it should start secretly waiting. I got that. So the legal partners of FEDMO, every proposal for amendment, we approve. That's the prayer. So also we have from the benefit and insurance department, Mr. Obiora, the DCIO. Welcome, Mr. Obiora. I don't know if she's there yet. We have Mr. Sola. Representative of the Pension Fund Operators Association of Nigeria, PENOX. And while we are waiting for the let us take on the welcome meeting of the church. We are going to partner and thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So this morning is for us to come and learn more about what we know. But perhaps there are many areas that as preacher practitioners, at times some of these things makes me confused. You hear 10 hits, I'm going to tell you from where I'm coming from is not 10. Somebody will tell you that where I'm coming from is not plan, just asking for more for your pension. So many of those things are different. At times, you hear that I've left my paid employment in the last 6 months. I was told that I can approach my PMP. And you tell me you are too young, you can't get any money, you don't need to apply for that. So I read all of us have questions on our minds, and there are questions that will come through the presentation. So I want to approach to just put down our questions. Let's allow the presentation to grow, and then set up to do it. So at the appropriate time, we'll get there. There will be tea break in some hour time. So we don't need to bother about going in and out. I will not bring out your phone and tell your office as having a good day. Because I don't know why you go back and read after 3 or 4 o'clock. But the traffic is not in the office. And I want us to sincerely concentrate and get the best and we can get on this interactive session. Once again, I say welcome. So to lead us in the opening and welcome remarks to our chief host, to permit me once again welcome the DG of NECA, our own DG, Mr. Wale Mark. You can do better and go ahead. Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. For those of us coming from staying in the this morning, so it's understandably when it's school. Not only want to welcome all of us to NECA for this very important, very important session. It's one of our political partners, NECA. For stakeholders that are not NECA members, is the Nigeria Employers Association. Of the itself as the voice of business, create to bridge the gap to government and organized policy. And from that, we don't know this incredibly well. About 65 years, and with over 4,000 employers in the public sector. and also over 35 employers federation as affiliates and the main voice of business in Nigeria. But when you go from 2014, the retirement is so the last 25 starting. We are not very sure how sometimes the lack of pressure reform hands in 2014. But things change. There's some level of stability for those that have worked that will not really work anyway as well. And with successive adaptation of income, so improvements and innovations have been brought to not only to the identification of the skill itself, but also to the operationalization of it, which has led us to where we are currently. As we are looking for every system, no matter how perfect, no matter how deep it is, there will always be room for improvement. There will always be room or need for tweaking one any part of it or the other, and that has been part of the conversation that we have had over the years. And thank God, it's not one of those models, it's not shy of engagement. Being a critical stakeholder of this, the employers are putting the eyes of the competition. It's also use of those, not only to take the passive interest in what happens, but also the active player in the context of their results. So that's all. And for us that have been around for a while, also, this interactive sector was partially suspended for a while, which also created a gap in income and players that industry. As I mentioned earlier, you cannot survive without income. The constant engagement, the constant opportunity, care about this. The private sector and compare companies not but also support and address those concerns specifically. Private sector remains starting to that and we are never committed to the success of this thing. And one of the key outcomes that will be expected is the average of feedback and take from people, average of science and the average of recommendation and home will further improve skill. So we look forward to your questions, we look forward to your contribution, we look forward to your recommendation when the time comes. I want to, while it's not a good time session, I want to mention the committee all tirelessly for this committee for Income and then for that have worked tirelessly. It's several physically also online so that we have this session with us. And this also represented in 4 other leaders coming. So there are Kano next week on the 10th, and there will be Namibia on the 12th. And then
where you get your sound?
No sound. So what the welcome once again and very I wouldn't know whether I was okay. I don't know whether I was interested. But great factor that to walk out on task. Welcome once again, and we have the right. All right, very welcome to whether it's mental police and lawyers who have taken call and money the production of this which is the spirit way I also welcome Dr. to take the lot of questions. Let me see if I want to say something. Usually, management and staff in the chat. Distributing medicine. The next president actually, we are not going to stand on this. Thank you very much. This is the only remarks by Mrs. Aisha, Director General of the Commission. As one day interactive session is organized by and the current development and challenges in the implementation of the pension reform as 2022. Holding and Zerga before us here our senators. I am delighted to be able to remarks at this one-day interactive session on the current development and challenges of the implementation of pension reform 2014 for the organized private sector. Permit me to, on behalf of the staff and management of National Pension Commission, express our gratitude to Nigeria Gas Consultative Association for offering its plan social dialogue with the members of the organized private sector on the implementation of the contributory pension scheme in Nigeria. These social dialogue have generated an invaluable impact on the implementation of the CPS. Include, but not to enlighten the organized private sector on the workings of the CPS, sharing thoughts on emerging developments on the Nigerian pension space, and providing an opportunity for pension operators to interact with members of the organized private sector to achieve appropriate papers on the overview of compliance with the provisions of the PRA 2014, investment of pension assets and current developments in the pension industry, be presented by carefully selected resource persons drawn from the National Pension Commission, panel, and the Nigeria Employers Contributory. This session can be concluded open and discussions. When the industry is one facet sectors in the third quarter of 2023, the number arrived at 10 million. That's management amounted to 2.7576 trillion. Accordingly, the contributions of the organized private sector in this regard as the Commission has continued to take giant time towards ensuring the smooth implementation of the CPS, vision of existing regulation and guidelines, and the development nuance. Specifically, Commission deployed the enhanced contributory registration system (ECRS) for the pension industry. Following the deployment of the ECRS, the Commission also introduced data recapture exercise, which mandatorily requires all RSA holders to join the CPS prior to the 1st of July 2019 to update their information in the respective pension fund at the EMAs. Accordingly, the Commission has consistently urged RSA holders to approach their PFAs for data recapture
Ladies and gentlemen, in order to facilitate the implementation of Section 13 of the PRA 2014, which allows an RSA holder to transfer his or her RSA from one PFA to another at least once in a year, the Commission developed and deployed the RSA transfer system (RTS) in 2020. The RTS is a computer-based application for initiating, processing, and monitoring of RSA transfer processes. It also ensures the seamless transfer of RSA from one PFA to another on products. The opening of has continued to improve the quality. Again, in order to ensure that RSA holders in-house their lifetime or working time, the Commission has released guidance on accessing time balance contribution for residential mortgage RSA holders. It's one of the latest products of the Commission that are giving as an RSA holder between 3 years and a half. You work, you retire, you don't know where to go. But with this, you can assure you will have a place to lay your heads. Members of the organized crime sector will recall that following the enactment of the Commission was saddled with the responsibility to supervise the of the Nigerian Social Insurance Trust Fund contribution of employees into their respective areas under the CPS. To date, contributors or contributions worth 10.2 billion have been from the RSA of 142,486 NICF scheme contributors. Thus, in order to ensure that all contributors under the NSITF scheme have their NSITF contribution transferred to their RSAs, the Commission has severally featured advertorials in national dailies requesting NSITF contributors to apply for their transfer of contributions. The Commission wishes to employ all employees, encourage their employees who have contributed. Yes, with PFAs and particularly the trust fund pension for guidance on how to have their contribution transferred to their RSAs. I wish to conclude by accepting the organized private sector that the Commission will continue to ensure robust social dialogue with NECA in the interest of the stakeholders under the CPS. Accordingly, the Commission will always support NECA to champion programs that will ensure successful implementation 3 years. I would like to all of you to participate actively interaction and make their honest and constructive contributions to the issues that will be raised by the various faculties at the section. I wish you very fruitful deliberation. Thank you and God bless. I will be going to ask together Thank you very much. Quickly we go to the paper presentations. So we're going to have it back to back.
First, we're going to have the value of the contributory pension scheme under the Pension Reform Act 2014. And that will be presented by Mrs. Aisha Lawal, who is from the Research and Strategy Department of PENCOM. She's going to be presenting from here for the next 30 minutes. It's too much. 20 minutes. This next by the section. To allow us to do our presentation without the British opening remarks, we saw that data is key. And I don't know if you probably took notes. There are a lot of data to go with if you need to understand this place very well. Again, I don't know how comfortable you are. Some days after salary is paid, and they queue up in the office and say, Oga, how do you feel? Or somebody will just send me a bill. I've done this company last 1 year, I've never received one pension allowance. Somebody will even write their account number as their telecom number, as their RSA number. They didn't tell me. I don't know the industry you play, but if you work in some of these factories outside Lagos, they will tell you, I don't want pension. What is it? When you try to open the door, Oga, we say we don't want pension. So it takes time for you to do to get them to understand. So this morning we have to go to please take some. Can we have another mic quickly? So that the presenter will not be struggling. So please, quickly let us welcome Mrs. Aisha Lawal from PENCOM. A round of applause as we bring our presentation. You want to stay there? Okay. But I won't bring this down. Is she allowed to stay down there? Her choice. Okay. Okay. So please give her the mic. Have this.
Good morning, everyone. Let me understand the existing already established protocols. My name is Aisha. So this is small Aisha. We are going to be discussing the overview of this special report as 2014. Let me start by taking us the retrospect. The idea of pension was conceived by the Pension Ordinance of 1951, in which public sector employees were covered to pay their retirement benefits as a benefit. Before we deep into that, let me take us to the outcome of the bill. I'm going to look at the function, the legal and social frameworks, the objectives, features, safeguards, benefits of the scheme, and we discuss part of the challenges of the scheme. Just like I've started introducing us, Pension Ordinance of 1951 is the first ever pension in Nigeria. It was specifically made for public sector use. It was then followed by the National Police Fund of 1961, which was strictly made for the private sector employees. That scheme was set to enable employees to contribute certain percentage of what they have in the system. And at the end of their service or active service, they are given this money to at least give them better retirement. Thereafter, about 30 years after, in 1993, the National Nigerian Social Insurance Trust Working Group, NSITF, which abolished the National Health Fund in 1961. The NSITF scheme was also meant for private sector employees, in which to contribute. A part of the rules was, if you contribute 120 months, you are expected drawing pension. 120 months is equivalent to 10 years, which is also obtainable in public sector. While the private sector was using the NSITF scheme, the public sector was operating on what is known as defined benefit scheme. And the defined benefit scheme, as we all know, though I don't think it's concerning most of us here, but then we need to discuss it. The defined benefit scheme was a system that was put in place by the federal government to pay its employees at the end of their service, both gratuity and pension. But being that at its way, all these schemes were surrounded by issues, challenges, and all that. Part of the challenges that the public sector was facing was there was huge pension liability due to its unsustainability status. Because government was able to fund undertake its financial obligation as I went to, and the pension liabilities stood at over 3 trillion. The scheme was also marked by weak, inefficient, and poor administration. It was also prone to fraud. Most of us here will be aware that in the past, there was an issue that came out that somebody embezzled millions of naira pension fund. That one happened in the police pensions department, where an individual was signatory to a particular account and have access to as much as billions of naira. The public sector was also faced with endless and painful annual verification. So the endless and painful annual verification exercise was also attributed to public sector employees. At the end of their service, they are expected to physically appear and be verified and go before they can access what they are entitled to. All these ones, we discovered that those set of people are already there. Most of them are old. That was when we witnessed a series of issues of people falling down, died, and were killed, and all that. The private sector was not like that because they would also have no coverage, as most employers do not have pension arrangements. Most private sectors, as I said, they don't have good pension arrangements on that. Some of them don't even have at all. And we know that, maybe I don't know whether it was a style in private sector then. If their employees are about to retire, most of them will just create an issue, easy issues, for them not to pay them at the end of the day. So we also have issue of fragmented and irregular or regulated schemes. People were just operating in solo, there is no coordination, nothing. They just operate the way they like. And before we dive deeper, let's look at what are the legal and the institutional framework. What is the law saying about the pension in Nigeria, and who are those key stakeholders that are involved in this pension space? The Pension Reform Act 2014, which repealed the 2004, made provision for employees of public sector, which include federal government employees, state, local government, FCT, and private sector. The 1999 Constitution also makes a provision under section 210, subsection 1, that subject to the provision of subsection 2 of this section. The subsection 2 they are talking about is saying, making provision for benefit that due to people that fall under this category. And the section says they should not, nobody should withhold or alter their benefits that we give them or leave them in disadvantage. So the 1999 Constitution also made provision for such. And the Constitution also says that any law that is referred to with regard to pension should be strictly applied and complied with. Now, we have the institutional framework. The institutional framework is who have those players in this set or in this space. The players are first the PENCOM, the passive PENCOM. Then we have the PFAs, we have the CPFAs, PFCs, and the TAT. All these ones are those under our operators, while PENCOM is the regulator and supervisor. Now let's take maybe some of their functions so that we get ourselves familiar with what and what each of them does. PENCOM is to regulate and supervise all pension matters in Nigeria. We are to also maintain database of all pension matters. We are to enforce compliance and, if necessary, impose sanctions. The PFAs, they are called pension fund administrators. And we also have the CPFAs. Those are the closed pension fund administrators. The PFAs are open one. Anybody can approach them, register with them. While the CPFA are the closed one because they are meant for specific organizations that have better functional arrangements on ground for the commencement of the CPS in 2004. So those set of people are being licensed to continue because we have a better welfare package for the employees. So what the CPFA and PFA do is, one, they are to register contributors. They are also to transfer. I heard my commissioner when he was saying part of the achievement of the scheme that we're able to open the transfer window for people that want to transfer from one PFA to the other. One of their functions is to administer RSAs and to give customer service to the contributors. They are also mandated to send reports to the commission and as well as respond to contributors' requests. Requests such as maybe issuance of statements of accounts and maybe other services that may be required. They are also to administer benefits. These benefits we're talking about is retirement benefit payments. At the end of an employee's service career, you can approach them and then follow the necessary requirements, fill the necessary form for you to get paid. So the PFCs, those are the pension fund custodians. And what they do is the whole pension fund asset is safe custody on trust. And they also execute transactions and undertake other related activities on behalf of the PFA. They cannot carry out any activity without the instruction from the PFA. So they do that. The third is a pension transitional arrangement directorate. This agency was set up at the commencement of the Pension Reform Act in 2004 to cater for people that fall under the old scheme. What I mean by people that fall under the old scheme is that the 2004 Act has a cutoff. A cutoff in the sense that if you have less than 3 years to retire, you are not supposed to be part of this new pension dispensation. So those set of people and those that have retired before them, they are all taken care of by retired. Then what retired does is direct payment to pensioners of the Federal Public Service that retire under both defined pension scheme. That's just what I just explained. Then we have the employer who are not here. And sorry, I'm not an employer, I'm an employee. For most of us here that have their own private companies, you are a key stakeholder in this dispensation. And what you are expected to do is to deduct and remit at source the pension contribution of your employees 7 days after salary is paid on monthly basis. So the employees are the workers of these organized private sectors. They are the ones that are the beneficiaries of whatever contributions they make into their accounts. Now, what are the objectives of the scheme? Why do we just try to shift from what it used to be and now to find ourselves in this new pension dispensation? What are the objectives? What do we tend to do? Part of issues that we consider was to, one, I put it at number 3, is to establish uniform rules, regulations, standard for administration of pension matters in Nigeria. Meaning, we want to create rules, regulations that will both guide the public and private sector. The objective also is to ensure that everybody that has worked or everybody that has worked receive this or retirement benefits as advantage. And another objective is to establish strong regulatory and supervisory framework. And that is what PENCOM is doing. The regulatory aspect is taking care of PENCOM and also the supervisory aspects. We always go on field to ensure that things are in order. Another very key objective is that the 2004 Pension Reform Act, they do not cover people that have less than 3 employees in the organization. So this 2014 Act came to cover those set of people, those that have less than 3 employees in the organization and self-employed individuals. And that is why the objective is to assist workers to save in order to cover for their livelihood at old age. So, coverage of the scheme, just like I've already mentioned, those that are covered under the scheme are employees of federal government, federal capital territory, state, local government, private sector, self-employed, and informal sector. So you can see with this, we have a very comprehensive coverage. You either belong to one of them, except if you fail to comply. So features of TPS. What are the key features that is attributed to this scheme? 1, it is mandatory. It is mandatory in the sense that it is covered by law. It is established by law. So you must do it. And people will say ignorance of law is not an excuse. So as long as you have employees under your organization that are up to date, you are mandated to partake in the scheme. It is contributory. It is contributory because both the employer and the employee contribute at the end of the month, remit into the retirement service account of the employee. And somebody was saying that if you want to ask some people to come and pay, they will say no, they don't want pension. They are saying that because they don't know the benefits that is embedded in it. If not, they will be the one to agitate for it because it is for the betterment. And this 18% is the minimum that will be contributed. Employer can choose to take the whole body of 80% and remit on behalf of the employee, or take the entire body without the employee contributing anything, or even increase the rate to 50-30% of employees' monthly statement. Individual retirement service account. It is individualized in the sense that if you open a retirement service account, it is in your name, with your biodatas and biometrics, have them in your own name. And at any time you can request, have a look of what you have there, or you can even decide to maybe do other things like we come to that, like the issue of residential mortgage assessing on 25% RSC balancing to loss of job. It is fully funded. It is fully funded in the sense that every month it is expected that employer will remit what is and your contribution into your retirement service account. It is privately managed. This here is with the PFCs. The recognition of past service. This Pension Reform Act also recognizes the past service that was done. If your employer chooses to at least recognize it and then quantify it in monetary terms and send to your account, it is very welcome. In addition to that, for your employer to recognize such, that may be maybe related to private sector. In the public sector, and those that started their work before the commencement of this act, whatever that is going to do will be at the end of the day calculated and transferred a respective service account. And we call that one protection. Not further than the state government or local governments. It's also expected to institute a group life insurance in place on behalf of the employees in case of death. In case of death of any employee, the act has the provision that the employer should institute a group life insurance policy. So that if any of the employees died in active service, the proceeds from such will be given to the insurance. Now, the role of students. The system has two modes of withdrawal. It's either you choose to go for programs withdrawal or entirely accountability. Whichever one is very good and very related to others. Strictly regulated by the PENCOM. As you can see, PENCOM is the apex body that supervises and regulates. And for operations of the operators, especially, it is being regularly, in fact, daily monitored by the Commission, that's the National Commission. So what safeguards we have in this? What are what we said we are contributing our money? There are sets of people that are paying this money. So what are the checks and put in place to ensure that this money does not turn to stay long? So part of the check that we have around is one. We separated the functions of the PLS and the PLCs. Just an issue of somebody giving a part fish to people. What will happen to the fish? It will transform. So to from our peculiarity in the general factor, try to separate the functions of the PSUs from that of the PSUs. The separation of pension funds from the asset of pension operators. Yes, these companies they have their own company assets and liabilities. It is for safety they are required to separate them before by their clients. So that as they are managing their own fund, it's not affecting the fund or managed on behalf of the contributor. Then monitoring of pension fund investment. Yes, the commission regularly monitors what the PFs the set the tell them and when to invest. Guarantee of assets in custody by parent companies. The PFs remember they are both in the custody. This one we are keeping in custody. It is ensures that the fund is being guaranteed who are some of the big banks in First Bank, UBA. So, in order not to, or in order to safeguard what will happen, so maybe you run decisions and the legislation of the fund, parent company will have to give up value of that amount that has been pension fund assets cannot be applied for payment of loan. Yes, pension fund assets cannot be used as loan or collateral for loan or used to settle any debt whatsoever. There are stringent sanctions. The Commission puts in place what we call the regime of sanction in case of any infringement or any failure to comply with the rules. The operators will be sanctioned accordingly. The effect of proper person requirement for assistance of top management. These PFS and PSUs that trust our funds. The top management, people have key decision makers. They ensure that their credibility is confirmed, it is approved, relevant, to ensure no giving people bad efforts. This one is sure that anytime there is something that pushing effects of either of suspected of PFs set aside 5% of their profit advertisements as reserve. Case of maybe we have wrong that leads to the effect of the fund, we use that part of the money to augment so it doesn't have any adverse effects to the contribution. Then, appointment of compliance officers. For each of them, a compliance officer checks what they are doing and ensure that it is in line with the rules, regulation, and guidelines. Annual and special evaluation of operations. The Commission carries out annual examination of operators. After the examination, the subsequently, the daily basis, the annual evaluation also themselves the issue or additions. So, the warrants what are the benefits of the scheme? The pensioners no longer have the mercy of their employer. So, contributing, see what are contributing to our account, short or Police has up-to-date information. Let's connect from the Genesis account and statement and the people who participate by law, your people to ensure that the standing the bottom line is to man to issue. Those are the documents. Whichever of the last operations that you want the firm to do it. Employees can access and find the tax by the steps and assets. Due to loss of job. Due to the job, 4 months after you have not secured any gain from employment, you approach your PFP and request for 25% to make a very easy for people in time to get another job. The contributors also utilize the time data. This contribution for social revenue. It is enormous in Nigeria that at the end of the day, you see most of our returning from service now in African areas. So this one is an strong problem of people this is a contribution from this. Before you retire, I think challenges first our regulators said that people do not see that into this yes because they don't have the knowledge, they don't know what it is, they don't know the benefit that is given. So asking the ordinary person, come and put his money where it's not sure of getting back is for information. This knowledge they are trying to close it out. Inadequate coverage of the nation and operators. Service delivery gap. Service delivery gap. Commission always here is a practice not responding or that failing or something like that. Commission always wanting to make sure that such things can result. However, we still have a long way to go in lack of political will by some state government. In 2014, as already bringing states was form lines of their own policies. So we choose to move
And now you give this kind of school that you post pictures on, like you don't have any picture to post online. Don't make me look red. Well, how did you share the picture of the picture? I don't understand.
I told him.
But you don't share for his own sake. It's for his own sake. I will start taking pictures now. I post him, just tell him to go. Let me just.
See, I'm trying to do sound now. Bro.
What we have, so this we have 19 PLPs, and rights of IPTs. There are 6 CPLPs. The ones that I said like that's our share. We have 3 CPLPs and contribution, the RSA comes July is 2 million and above, 10 million and above, while the total pension assets
How we do this for what I think how do you start?
Can we be on our feet, please? Tinubu is not coming in. No. It's just for you to stretch his feet. So you see now, before I say stretch, people have started stretching. So can I just stretch, really stretch? Let's give room for the tea break. If this is your first time at Mecca building, just wait. Okay, the bathroom is just to your left, to my left, to your right. If this is your first, but for the regulars, you should be okay. She may be seated. Thank you very much. Ajia, sorry. That was a wonderful presentation. Thank you. Are we getting some stuff together? I need responses, please. Okay, are we getting some things down? I have a question in mind. If I move from my current employment and I go to share, how do I move my pension? Because they are special. Me, I'm some semi-special. So how do I move from a member of the normal OPS to the specialized OPS? No, keep it till question and answer time. Remember we say, let it be rowing key in your mind. You get one point. So one more time, let's put our hands together for her. That was a beautiful one. So at least we are getting answers to give them when we get back to the office. So quickly we move to the next presentation, which will be taken by Mr. Babangida on ensuring compliance with provisions of the Pension Reform Act 2014, PENCOM's initiatives. And after his 10 to 15 minutes presentation, we'll have Mr. Idowu Ekundayo to give us NECA's perspective. Mr. Babangida is our co-host, and I'm sure it's not going to take time at all. So let's welcome him with a round of applause. In the next 10 to 15 minutes,
thank you, Mr. MC. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Just like they say in this country, let me stand on the existing established protocol. My name is Balaba Bangida. I head the Compliance and Enforcement Department of National Pension Commission. The presenter, the MC just said, I'm going to cause Pension Commission effective. My discussion today will be mainly on the employers, because they are those ones that are supposed to ensure that employees of retirement savings account. By way of recap, let me recap what the first speaker said. The Pension Reform Act 2014 was the repeal and reenactment of Pension Reform Act 2004. Okay, let me introduce my outline first so that we can continue. Outline. I'm going to do some introduction. After I will also
Can you send it asking for this?
okay, introduction, and I'm going to discuss what constitutes compliance, and then I will mention briefly strategies that we employ in ensuring compliance, and then I'll conclude. So by way of recap,
Look at me.
the first speaker mentioned that the Pension Reform Act was enacted in 2004, but was repealed and reenacted in 2014. That introduced contributory pension scheme in this country. The provision of the Act strictly apply to one, any employment in public service of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, any employment in the public service of the Federal Capital Territory, any employment in the private sector, and any employment in the public service of the state and the local government. That is the provision of the law. So all employers in these four categories are supposed to participate in the scheme. So from the National Pension Commission perspective, what constitutes compliance really? First of all, is opening of retirement savings account by the employee. An employee is expected, once he gets an employment, to submit his retirement savings account details to his employer. But there are cases where an employee, for whatever reason, decides not to open a retirement savings account and submit details to his employer. Well, our regulations, permits that the employer, after 6 months of not receiving the details of the employee's retirement savings account, to identify any pension fund administrator of his choice, and then send that contribution to that pension fund administrator until such a time when the employee opens retirement savings account. Then that money can be moved to his retirement savings account. So it's mandatory for all employers, after 6 months of employing an employee, to ensure that his own contributions are deducted from the payment of salary and then moved to a pension fund administrator of the employer's choice until such a time, like I said, when the employee decides to open retirement savings account. For the employer, compliance means deducting at source, like what the previous speaker said, deducting at source the 8% from the salary of the employee and adding 10% from the resources of the employer and remit same to that account opened by the employee. The law says that 7 working days after payment of salary, an employer must remit that pension contribution. Otherwise, an employee is entitled to 2% per month for any outstanding contribution that remain unremitted to his account. So, yes, take note of this. 2% per month, meaning that it's 24% per annum. The idea is that if the employer decides not to remit that pension contribution, it would have deprived the employee the income that such contribution would have attracted. So that is the punishment that the law put in place. Compliance also constitutes putting in place group life assurance policy for all the employees by the employer. And what is this group life? The group life is usually procured from life insurance companies. And the amount you pay, the employer should pay premium for the insurer to pay to the account holder or employee who died in active service 3 times the total annual salary of that employee. The idea is that if the employee is working with an employer for maybe a very short time or 10 years before retirement, the contribution together with that group life proceeds would have been used to pay to his legal beneficiaries. The law also provides that for you to comply with the law, is such that if an employer has an existing legacy pension asset that's been managed by that employer, the law provides that you should transfer such legacy assets, pension assets, to a licensed pension fund administrator. The idea is to protect the employees, those that assets are meant to serve, from the employer, such that whenever he falls into financial difficulties, should not be in a position to dip his hand into that assets. So it's trying to protect those employees. So for us, compliance means that an employer, if he has any pension asset prior to 2004, or now that the law has been enacted, you also decide to put in place any other additional benefits for your own employees. You are not expected to manage such assets. You are supposed to pass them to a licensed pension fund administrator for management. So that is also part of the thing that we take to make to ensure that they comply. Now, what are the strategies that we employ in ensuring that employers comply with the provision of the Act? Now, we have active collaboration with relevant stakeholders. Such stakeholders are the Corporate Affairs Commission, because you can only enforce compliance when you know the people that are supposed to participate. So the first point of call or the collaboration that we have with the Corporate Affairs Commission to get registered private sector companies. We also collaborate with State Board of Internal Revenue Services. For those companies, there are some companies that were registered and they are not active, but we get the active private sector employers from State Revenue Services because they pay tax in one way or the other. We also collaborate with, like in this case now, with NECA to ensure that we interact with the members to bring to the fore the importance of participating in the scheme. Trade Union Congress, Nigerian Labour Congress, and other trade organizations in the states, we collaborate actively with them. That's one of the strategies that we employ. Another strategy is creating awareness on the contributory pension scheme itself. We hold interactive sessions just like this one today. We conduct sensitization seminars, workshops, and on contributory pension scheme with a view to enlightening both the employer and employees to actively participate in the scheme. We also periodically ties on national dailies. We put in place on national dailies advertorials, infographics, notices to employers and general public, press releases, interviews, phone-in appearances, and so on and so forth. We also have active social media handles. We have in all the social media handles, Instagram, Facebook, WhatsApp, all of them, we are there. You can check. Apologies, another strategy that we employ, part of the awareness that we create is printing and distributing frequently asked questions on the CPS quarterly and annual reports. And I believe for those of you that registered today, we have some copies of those frequently asked questions. It's part of our strategy of creating awareness. And then we have a very functional website you can check to see information on all aspects of the contributory pension scheme. Another strategy we employ is creating a comprehensive database of the employers. Like I said earlier, the only way that you can now enforce compliance is to identify those people that are supposed to participate. I mentioned the issue of liaison with Corporate Affairs Commission and other relevant agencies. So we create the database, and we now categorize those employers. And the database that we created so far, we have their names, their addresses, and then we categorize them into various sections of the economy, and then the number of employees where we are able to get, because we also liaise with the pension fund administrators to get information on those people that have registered, then we get the number. And the whole idea of that is I will come to that, so that the database is used for a particular purpose. Another strategy that we employ is engaging consultants to serve as recovery agents. Some of you that are employers would have met some of our recovery agents. We employ these recovery agents and then send them using the database that we have created and send them to employers to confirm their compliance status. And what they do, they will ask you to provide all your pension records, and the pension record will include payroll and evidence of remitting pension contribution. By the time we see payroll, the recovery agents will identify at what point after payment of salary that you remit the pension contribution, because they are mandated to also compute the penalty on behalf of those employees, and we recover and then send them to their retirement savings account. We also conduct on-site inspection. And you remember I mentioned the issue of categorization. And you also remember from my introduction, we are supposed to ensure compliance in both public and private sector. So for self-funded agencies, we don't send recovery agents. We go ourselves to check whether those self-funded agencies of government are actually deducting or remitting pension contribution on behalf of their employees. In the case of federal government, those that are federally funded, initially when we started in 2004, the commission was saddled with the responsibility of remitting that pension contribution. And with the introduction of IPPIS, that function is gradually being moved to IPPIS to deduct on payment of salary and remit the pension contribution to the retirement savings account of the employees. We also, well, the private sector, usually we send, initially when we started in 2004, we used to go there, but we now cede that function to recovery agents to go to private sector employers to check their records. This okay. Another strategy that we employ. Some of you that are familiar with the Procurement Act, Section 6B of the Procurement Act 2007 provides that no private sector entity can participate in government contract without showing evidence of complying with meeting its own obligation in terms of pension and other social security services. That's the commission. So liaison with public procurement, Bureau of Public Procurement, we came with a system whereby BBP will liaise with National Pension Commission to ensure that every contractor of federal government must show evidence that he has complied with the provision of the law in terms of remitting pension contribution. And what do? We issue pension clearance certificates. And some of you would have applied for us to issue that pension clearance certificate. Before we give you pension clearance certificate, we ensure that we see evidence of, first of all your employees of retirement savings account. We also ensure that we see evidence of you as an employer remitting pension contribution on behalf of those employees. We have to also see evidence that you have in place group life insurance policy for all the employees before we issue pension clearance certificates. And with that certificate, no government agency will award you contract. So that's another strategy that we employ. These certificates are issued to private sector that meet the requirement for, like I mentioned, and then they have a lifespan of 1 year. So if you apply in January, say for instance, January this year, we'll give you a certificate that will expire at the end of this year. And then next year, you have to also apply if you want to participate in government contracts. Okay. The other strategy that I employ to ensure that you comply as an employer. Like I said earlier, the minimum standard is 7 working days after the payment of salary. Pension contribution must be remitted to pension fund administrators for the account of your employees. So if we receive complaint from people, employees like you, we send 2 weeks, we give you 2 weeks. If we send you a letter drawing your attention that you have not deducted or you have deducted, you decided not to remit pension contribution, we give you 2 weeks, after which we apply the 2%. That's in-house now. But when we send a recovery agent, there's no question of 2 weeks. As soon as he gets to your offices, we will just look at your pension record, your payroll, and everything, and then determine the 2%. From the day the default starts up to the time, the cut-off period, and then he will determine the principal and the penalty, and then we'll give you a demand notice. So after 1 month, when we send you a letter, we send you a caution that, okay, you have not remitted pension contribution, please remit pension contribution. 1 month after, we send you a warning letter. Yes, I will run. Then after that, 3 months, we send you a monetary penalty and pay 10% of the outstanding pension, 1% rather of the outstanding pension. Then we have taken several of the employers that did not meet were not complying to courts, and we have obtained judgment and we're enforcing the judgment. The last in our application of reduced sanction is naming and shaming. However, to date, we have not employed this particular strategy, but perhaps if the default continues to name and shame those employers that are not complying with the law. So in conclusion, all these activities that I have mentioned are undertaken by the Commission to ensure that all employers of the law comply with the provision of the PRA 2004. The objective is to ensure that every person that worked in either the public service or private sector receives his or her retirement benefits as when. Thank you for listening.
Sesion is very interesting, but we are not too happy with your sanctions. We even struggle to pay salaries, talk less of paying remittances. So that's why we thank God for NECA. We'll keep engaging with you to give us more time to pay whatever we have deducted. A round of applause for PENCOM for accepting our proposal. At this time, I want to quickly welcome Mr. Kundayo in the next 10 minutes to give us the OPS perspective. A round of applause as they come up stage. Thank you. While my slides are being uploaded, I would like to quickly point our attention to the mission statement of PENCOM. And it says, PENCOM exists
for the effective regulation of the pension, of the Nigeria pension industry. Clear, aligned. The only reason why PENCOM exists is to be sure that there is an effectively regulated pension industry in this country. And that is the reason why we are here today. It means I didn't read one part of it. I'm sure you saw it. And supervision to regulate. And in one of the comments of Ajia, I saw an aspect of the regulation. It said, strongly, strong. Strong is strong, Abi. Strong is strong. Strict, strict. There was also a place for strong. So, if they are meant to be strict, that means we shouldn't even be discussing here. So thank you, PENCOM, for even aligning with us as NECA, having over 4,000 employee organizations registered under NECA, that you have deemed it fit, that we continue to engage, to enlighten and to sensitize people as we progress in this journey of making life easy. Thinking through, my natural self, thinking through. I want to believe that most of us here are still in employment, either as HR managers or as owners of our businesses, we are still making money. Creating wealth. Okay, thank you. Creating wealth is no longer only for employers, but also for employees. That means wherever we are engaged, we are involved in a relationship that mutually creates wealth, both for the employer that goes to the owners of the business in terms of dividends and all of that, and also to each employee, including the managing director, through a scheme like this one, employer's contribution of this. So even before I start, I want you to set your mind on the fact that whatever we are doing to make people comply is sharing with them the need to know what is in need for me. Just like you have said earlier, our responsibility is to engage our people, those who work in our company, those we supervise, whether you're in finance or you're in legal or you're in HR department, seeking on a daily basis, how do we have to solve the problem of those who still don't feel like registering and becoming RSA account holders? Thank you very much. So I move on. So this is my outline, and I'll be very brief with some of them because it's been stated by like 2 speakers already. Talking about the key stakeholders, talking about what constitutes compliance to PENCOM guidelines, private sector perspective. I spent some time there. Present day challenges and what we'll get there very soon. The key stakeholders, the major person here is the person in red, the employee, is the beneficiary, you and I. I remember when the pension 2004 came, I had a lot of issues around factories, like Sheyi said, is that people could not trust government. They were not sure whether their money will be safe after 5 years or not. But today we can see that PENCOM is doing a lot, and we are proud to associate with PENCOM and to invite you without any cost to come and listen to some of the things PENCOM is doing and why we believe as NECA that compliance is the way and it is the future for people, because whatever we say for them today is what they fall back on in their later days. I was joking with someone at the back this morning, and I said, if you have your child even outside the country, some people still send money to people outside the country to pay monthly rent. Is that correct? So is that the person you want to ask to come and send money to you? So it is better now to put our mind on the
fact that we are able and confident enough to provide for ourselves through a scheme like the Contributory Provident Fund Pension Scheme. So the key stakeholders, the employee, government that enacted the law, PENCOM, the regulator, the PFA, these three are very well known to the employee. The life insurer is the insurance that knows. The employer, we know as the agents of government to make deductions and remittance. And the PFCs, most of the time, employees don't even know what PFC means. But they are working, they are doing their job. We have been shown now that there are 3 PFCs. PFCs, custodians, do not own PFAs, so that there is segregation of duty. So what constitutes compliance? Straightforward. In this context, it is to ensure that all employees open RSA, retirement savings accounts, with their PFA of choice. That's pension fund administrator of choice, no compulsion. You cannot choose for people. Let them choose by themselves. And when they don't, let them move on to any other one. Open nominal RSA for employees that fail to open RSA within 6 months of assumption of duty. This is part of our responsibilities, and it is compliance. You cannot afford to keep this money as part of working capital. It is not allowed. Deduction of employee pension contributions, the minimum has already confirmed, and the remittance of these contributions within 7 days of payment of salary. Remittance is key. It is not sufficient to withdraw, to deduct, but it is very, very important. And there's a time frame within 7 days of payment of salary. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not a place where the managing director can come and tell you, I have cash flow problem. We will do this one in 2 weeks' time. There's a time frame, and that's why the issue of sanction comes up when there's a breach. So provide schedule of beneficiaries for each. If your employees belong to 10 PFAs, the schedule must be available and transmitted to this PFA such that in fact, if you have literate employees, well organized and informed, just like she said, they will be the ones coming to ask you, either as HR, can you ask our payroll person what has happened to my credit? I've not received a lot for this month. Then take up group life insurance, as we explained, and to respond to PFA inquiries fully and timely. What are the type of inquiries that come from PFAs? Maybe name change, change of marriage, and some of these mismatches that come after receiving schedule of payments. This, we are saying, is a responsibility, is a compliance thing to be sure that it is resolved as prompt as possible, such that people who own the money get credited in good time. Looking at compliance, the workforce in Nigeria today is about 73 million estimates. And the number of enrollees as of June is 10 million. It agrees perfectly with PENCOM, the figures with PENCOM. So where are the remaining 63 million people? 63 million, where are they? Ocean market. So the issue of non-compliance is real. We cannot run away from it. And you know, if you have it in your organization, we'll get there. Private sector companies in the organized private sector, those who have good corporate governance system in place, they comply essentially, substantially. There is high level of compliance. But private sector companies in the OPS with poor corporate governance system in place, they still have issues of compliance. What are the main reasons behind non-compliance? Ignorance. Ignorance can be in 2 ways. You know, others don't know, so you pretend to know. Because it's going to cost you employer contribution. So you know others don't know, you keep mute. Or you tell them, if you like, I deduct the 2 from your salary. They keep silent, they are not able to ask you. Management attitude. So, yes, that's government. We don't even trust management attitude. Those will not be people who are registered with NECA. They are not affiliated with NECA. But we have them. That's why we are talking of 63 million that are yet to be properly captured under the scheme. Employees' short-sightedness. They believe in short-term gratification. I'm sure you understand that. We'll look at it, each of these in a few minutes from now. Liquidity challenges. Pension fund attractiveness. Is it still attractive? Is it what people will willingly want to do, voluntarily would like to do? And the largely unorganized informal sector, what should we do to them? So looking at management ignorance, there's some foreign companies lack the knowledge of our labor laws and will not recruit the right kind of HR managers that will guide them. Those are the people, even if they want to be popular, they will go and register with their subsector employer organization, but they will never allow the HR manager to attend any meeting. So it will not come to them with bad news, because to them it is bad news. We are, as organizations, because we are representing organizations, as organizations, we are expected to be socially responsible. It is not just like we have said, every employee should be educated to know that it is his right to have an RSA, and for us as employers, it is our duty to ensure deduction and remittance. And when there are issues from either side, it is our responsibility as employers to take people through. I've seen organizations where they send people to open forum, where some of these PFAs have their meetings, and they ask them, come and tell your colleagues what you learned from them. These are things we should do as socially responsible organization. Management attitudes. Some companies know and understand what is expected of them, but they just could not be bothered. They believe they can disrespect our laws and get away with it. If you talk of the organized people, which I believe most of us are, but you have friends who are also in these other companies. You know friends whose company do not respect the pension scheme, especially, and some of the national laws. What we are saying is, yes, some employers believe that they can disrespect our national laws. You disrespect national law in some other client, the HR manager must go and hide under the table if he doesn't want to go to jail. But we have people who think that this is possible in our own country, and it's our responsibility to put an end to it. Employers short-sighted, employees. Some employees plead with their management not to enroll them on the CPS so that there will be no deductions from their monthly income. They see such non-deduction as increasing their monthly take-home pay. I hope we understand this. We have categories of people here. Is either they already clocked 50 and they have started enjoying pension, so they don't want another pension. They don't want pension to know that something is already happening. And they insist, they refuse, without telling the employer that they are already enjoying pension benefits. Since they are yet to be 60, they are allowed to enjoy from 50, but they don't want to go again. There are some that are itinerant workers. You can imagine how many thousands of trucks we have on Nigerian roads daily. Then you have this type of people, they want to eat their money, they want to spend it today because they don't know what happens tomorrow. So they prefer to plead. So they prefer to plead that, please, let me just take my money and eat it. Just like I said in my opening statements, these people are important to us. They put their life at risk on the road everywhere, either driving for a cement company, a distribution company, one knowledge bill. And we have people who do 1 month job and run away before completing PIN registration, they are gone. You don't have their information and all of that. And These keep piling up, and we see them as issues for us. This is not responding to shame. Now, already have too many challenges. Let me stay away. Pension fund attractiveness, we'll look at it. Now, we have been told, and we know, we had this since last year, RSA holders can now access up to 25% of retirement savings accounts. They are balanced towards payment of equity contribution for residential mortgage. Only very few companies in Nigeria run home ownership scheme. But RSA, the pension scheme has introduced this so that people who still have more than 3 years before retirement can enjoy this. I want to appeal this one to PENCOM. Please help us speed up and communicate the guidelines that we enable people. I know about it. We will find out. I know most of you. So we will find out where the bottlenecks are. I know that the last communication I read was about 11 people already benefited. More people would like to benefit. I'm sure maybe they're up to 200 or 2,000 now. Please, this is one of the what is the need for me. Employers, this is one of the what is the need for me. Let's make it one of the selling points that people can own their own property and live in it either while in employment or after paid employment. Then, one of these main reasons, the largely unorganized informal sector. It is huge, but yet on top. What do we do to this? We have a new micro pension scheme that has remained unattractive to date. Why? We don't know. Maybe we need to do some more sensitization, going through the markets and all of that. They have trade unions. I know the government is also going to the market associations now to formalize the tax system and tax regime. So we can also lash on that as PENCOM to be sure that we're able to capture some of these. Some of them are even richer than people in paid employment. If you talk to them about employment, they will tell you, no, I'm not interested. These are a few other challenges that we have today. Yes, and it's already mentioned by PENCOM. That's why we are not here to argue or make allegation. PENCOM already identified this. There's still lack of adequate sensitization. And we still have inadequate service delivery and responsiveness, talking about auditors and what they do. Now I'm just understanding that consultants are more like recovery agents. Can they also add development communication to their assignment such that they help people look at all these things we are looking at? I know it will cost time, but let them also be able to explain to people how they can, organizations, how they can solve some of these problems. Because you cannot be everywhere, but now you have consultants who can be everywhere, especially the ones that you have categorized and scoped for visits, that they can explain to them so that they keep getting better on a year basis. And the difficulty in obtaining our pension clearance certificate is a big issue. Big issue. Obtaining pension clearance certificate is a big issue. Please help us look at this, and we'll be glad if it is addressed. Delay in addressing issues by PENCOM. Yeah, we have heard from Madam Aisha that we are going to be getting better with this. Ease of access to benefits by contributors upon retirement. Yes, it is improving, but we can do a lot better. I spoke with someone today because I'm transiting too. So I spoke with someone this morning and she said, yes, in 12 working days, approval can be gotten from PENCOM once the documents are ready. At some time, people used to hear of 3 months. I know you have newsletters. You have frequently asked questions that you update regularly. This information, please allow it to go into the public domain. Let people know. I'm always proud to even share your newsletters with the union leaders in my organization. so that they will also know and continue to follow. Because I tell you, it is marketing. Some of the PFAs will only come with the information of a particular month where they are in the top 3 or top 5, and they'll be projecting that for the next 5 months. But when we have newsletters from you to disabuse the mind of people and make them understand where issues are and what steps are being taken, I'm sure all of us will be a lot better for it. Talking about carrot and stick, I already spoke about what to do, and enlightenment should continue, information should continue to flow. There should be processing of approval of benefits as a well deal. We update and revise guidelines from time to time. Last week, I saw one of your online communication about 10 things you know about PENCOM. Out like this, there's nothing making it continue to run for like one week. It's an online news. It's been prepared. Over time. Even though he doesn't like this, that maybe 2% is too small. Okay, I heard you. But what is in it is let us comply. Let us encourage people to comply. You cannot even participate in NECA's Award of Excellence competition if you don't comply. Is that not correct? We are pleading, you are our members, and you also have friends in places that are not as organized as yours. Please let us appeal to people to comply, because it is something of a future. Your colleagues who are currently at work with you in your organization, something they can fall back on and live a better life after. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for taking the time. A lot of us will be shouting best practice. Best practice. But in your organization, you know they don't pay attention. So what is just remove best, just did practice. Hello. Thank you very much. We have come to the end of the first. You want to come? Please, Dr. Today will be leaving very soon because of other important engagements. I think it's quite important that we, before you leave, that we emphasize this. That the views that will also be shared immediately after now, probably during the next session, on the issues of the law, of the scheme. As PENCOM acceded to the request on the 25% for mortgage, and that came up successfully and is currently being implemented. But there are other areas, other green areas that employers and even workers have advocated on. And the reality for us as a feedback is the moment you start, an employee starts hammering on a particular discontent, then that discontent have the potential to escalate. And the more it escalates, then the more we erode the goodwill of the scheme if those concerns are not really addressed and addressed. While compliance is a big issue for, it's of big interest to us as organized businesses. And as he has mentioned, absolutely we support the context of compliance, because one way or the other, even he is an employee. So if it's not complying, it's also shortchanging himself on the long run. But in the context of penalties, just so that we can take back to Aisha herself when we meet, you know, there are circumstantial situations that can make a company to default. One is not allowing or encouraging default. but circumstances along the line can make the 7 days difficult, No. While we also appreciate the fact that we have a mediation desk where if there are issues, yes, employers can approach NECA, then we escalate those issues to NECA to address. I think the institutionalizing that process of mediation will also help us to build goodwill, especially when employers remain later, even while government have workers, but you agree with me, and as we have seen, government is also a major defaulter in the context of control. With the same armor, I think we should find a way around with consensus, and we continue to build harmony with the organization, with an agency of government. One of these contributions that we make, and it arose from the issue of the workers. In fact, the unions actually came up and said, look, nobody should deduct from their salary to contribute. I won't mention the agency, but the employers is also supposed to deduct and remit. Then the union came up and said, look, don't deduct, because if you deduct, they are going to shut down the business. So who is going to suffer the double jeopardy? The law says you should remit, you should deduct and remit, but the union said if you deduct from their salary, they are going to shut down the business. And we all know what happened during the strike before the warning strike. The unions went to the National Assembly, they broke down the gate of the National Assembly, they went in, nothing happened. Nobody was prosecuted. So will a business suffer that jeopardy of a union saying, if you deduct, I'm going to shut down your business? Now, so to deal with that will be to make the issue of compliance friendly, not only being friendly, and also to make the issue of service delivery. Thank God that shall mention the issue of customer service, to also strengthen that area of customer service, so that those that are contributing, they have this confidence that if I have issues, you might not understand what happens and within the context of even the PFAs, because I might not see PENCOM, but my experience with the PFA will bounce back on PENCOM, because it's PENCOM that all of what you explain, most people don't understand the context of the PFAs and PFCs. The understanding is as PENCOM has the fund. So whatever happens in the value chain between PAs and the contributor, it bounces back, the mod will bounce back on PENCOM, and then the implication will bounce back on the employers. So we should look at those areas also. And on the issue of the 25% that you mentioned on the mortgage, I think it's also important that we deliberately now create a synergy between PENCOM. I know when the 25% was, when the regulation came, we shared it, we communicated it, and it was at the same time that Federal Mortgage Bank was launching. We were partnered with them also, and we were commissioning buildings, Federal Mortgage Bank buildings all over the country. And the issue was that why can't there be a synergy? Because when we met Federal Mortgage Bank to say, yes, members we want to use part of this 25% is attractive, let them use it as part of the offtake for the buildings of Federal Mortgage Bank. Then the communication or understanding of Federal Mortgage Bank wasn't clear enough. So there should also be some level of synergy between PENCOM and the Federal Mortgage Bank and some other PMIs, so that an individual that is interested and has his 25% is sufficient enough to pay the contribution will not meet that bottleneck, because on the long run, the impression will be that it's PENCOM that is creating the bottleneck. Since I have my 25%, so why can't I just use it? So those areas are the areas are just supposed to take note before we go for tea break. But I can assure you there are other very, very important contributions and perspectives that will be shared from not only the organized private sector, but every other stakeholders that are within the context of this. And lastly, I think it's also important that we motivate. Somebody sent me a message yesterday that in our engagement with the Federal Inland Revenue or the Federal Ministry of Finance, that if you can sanction, or if Federal Inland Revenue can sanction, then they should not be shy of commending. If a company remits its tax on time and fully, then the FRS should not be shy of saying or sending a message to say, look, we acknowledge your payment and paying correctly. They should not be fast in sanctioning and then slow in commending. And same goes for FENCOM and all the agencies that we are engaged in, that when an employer is doing it rightly, then nothing also stops those agencies from saying, yes, we acknowledge you are doing this and then you are doing it rightly. Thank you very much. As I said, more incisive and contributions will be taken when we come back from tea break. Thank you.
So we'll read one. What we just discussed. There are not all these kinds. Yeah. Is for the gravity because it's not good that they camera they buy it for laptop, just not picture just dark. But the camera it should very, very bright. When the camera can you see. They will do all right at least. Yeah, do the car. Now Richard in the Android. What when you do today? The launch of the forward to for the that's all you did see great. You but I don't know, I don't say she no ask you know. Oh, takes situation.
I think I can't. It's where I can't see how much you do. We have to say, I'm still
They want start this dancing break. Quick thing will go around.
If you are here to register this,
Okay, so 7.
group future, so like I shall all if you are here to register, maybe that's why you need out for the breaks.
Yes, 7.
Yeah, you make second out in terms
I
of
will reach it.
whichever thing, either breaks or break. As you don't break or break fast.
It's very different. It's very different from breakfast.
Break behind you, break fast, battery on that. Let's take this down.
Whatever access.
Good one, and you got one after yes.
So I'm going to take 2. Since then,
Please, hospitals, you got our friends. If you have questions, write them down. After the break or also take questions on the first half of the church. We give it another, just take it out and come back and we give it. Now, very sadly for it. You. And then bring this out and use you see. At this point, myself and thank you very much. Thank you.
yeah, are you? I started. Do I can be last? I don't last one. You do my phone. Hello? You don't see them. I don't send you the two receipts, the two of them. Okay.
Doesn't have to start right? Okay.
Need to
I
start.
want to be there start.
Need
You know,
to
so
start.
this is be embarrassed.
They don't just see how you know to do like until they have. Until they go check up.
All those guys they follow your constitution reach full time. Do as if
Go there now, they will just keep one ear insulting you. They come here. I prefer outsiders, so inside people. They will do their part. Let's don't say my name. Well,
Now that get body, I go project for you. Now those other ones.
if you
Those
just pass,
ones we see Mr. Friday, one of them are those ones where
if
they
you
tell
just
us
pass when you look now.
what that they have to come for.
They don't know you not even good. They will give you for the time for this program. We will say we get there, they know it's a problem for us. So you go queue, you don't get problem. You say we get. Everybody will dey sign what they give food now. This is our next program. Let me just teach together at home.
That's not true. I don't see many to say they see all this.
This one for no that some I don't know that. My colleague my work on.
Maybe you are going back downstairs. Oh yeah. Yes. I'm coming now. You can lock and give them.
Next, having presentations from ENCOM on investment of pension assets under the Act and the safeguards and fair returns. And after that, we are going to be having the presentation on current developments in the Nigerian pension industry. And lastly, we'll be talking about assessing retirement benefits under the contributory pension scheme. I believe by the time we finish these presentations, probably our questions will reduce. So if your question has been addressed, probably you don't need to raise it again. And also, if we are attentive enough, we may not need to ask questions. So I want to crave our indulgence to be very attentive at this second half. For those that are coming from downstairs, I know it will take time for you to return to the session fully. But my prayer is that your body will adjust. Those of us who that thought we were going for tea break, we didn't know we are going for mountain climbing. Then come. We wish you put this money back to our pension account too. But sincerely, you are a very good host. Thank you very much. A round of applause for PenCom, please. Unfortunately, there are no takeaway plates. I noticed that. So please, if PenCom have provided this thing, let NECA provide takeaway plates. And please, if your driver is around, let him wind up and come. When we start, let your driver just sneak in. It's that all those drivers from rural area. You know, driver, outsourced driver, they dress better than your chauffeur driver that wear one uniform for 5 days. So, I'm stylishly taking time for members of NECA to come in and those that are downstairs to come over. Anybody around us that is not talking, if you see somebody that the hair is going down, just start the person that we are back. We are back. So we're all welcome once again. And thank you for your time. Second half is going to run from 12 to probably 2. So each of the presentations probably will not take as much as we anticipated before. So I want to appeal to all presenters to please coincide your presentation and speak to your slides. Let's just assume that we're in a Zoom session and we are pressed. Now, when you are presenting in Zoom session, you are pressed. You just say, I'm sure you understand this slides. How many of us are feeling that shit? But sure you understand this slide. You should know by now. I'm talking to learned people. You go to the next one that you know is confusing, you explain that one. Next one is go on. That one has covered that one. You now say in conclusion. So shall we fully back now? You are fully back. Wave to me. Just wave to me. Don't worry, I'm married. Wave to me. It is only guys that wave to me. I'm a man, I'm he. I'm not them. I'm not his and us. I'm he. I'm not she, he. I'm a Nigerian. Well, thank you. I've not seen the DJ, that's why I'm still taking my time. But since Kundayo said, I think we can start. At this time. I believe Mrs. Fisher is readily available, Sharon. So we are going to for the next presenter until she comes off stage. So let's go. Let's start. Keep clapping, keep clapping. The women should clap better. Thank you for those that clap. Those that clap with their seats. Those that clap can sit. Okay, everybody claps. Thank you very much. These are very good and responsible practitioners. God bless you. Everybody said amen. Okay, God punish you. That one, okay, God bless you. Now, I don't know why there's no HR practitioner that can speak straight English in one day. Because the issues that will come before you will be diverse. So there are some that you need to say, so my joke or no. Additional padà because if you speak, they won't go. That's all you need to say. Sorry, excuse me. You know all those experts, you don't even know what they are saying. Some of you pretend you know what your expert is saying. You say, oh yeah. Okay. You not finish it. Send me a mail. Does that happen to you? Yeah. Send me. You're welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Please also permit me to stand on the existing call. So I'll be speaking on investment of pension fund assets under the PRA, safeguards and priority. Right? I'm going to skip some of my slides that contain what the first presenter have spoken about. So the outline of this presentation, I have the institutional framework, which the first speaker have really done justice to, the general principles behind investment of pension fund assets, the basic objective of pension fund investments, the investment philosophy, safeguards, and the first presenter also dwell on safeguards. So I'm not going to talk much on that. The authorized market for investment of pension funds, then multi-fund structure, the summary of pension fund assets as at June 2023 and conclusion. With the in line with section 81, subsection 1 of the PRA 2004, pension contributions are under the Act shall be invested by PFA with the sole objective of safety and maintenance of fair return on the amount invested and the return on investment. Also in line with section 82, subsection 2 of the PRA, pension fund and assets shall only be invested in accordance with regulations and guidelines issued by the Commission. So all investment transactions that the PFA and the PFC are going to carry out are going to be strictly based on the guidelines and the regulations issued by the Commission. And the regulations on investment of pension fund assets issued by the Commission is the reference document of all these investment activities carried out by the pension fund operators. It set out rules and standards for investment of pension funds. So, as I said earlier, the first speaker has spoken a lot of the institutional framework, so I'm going to skip it. So what are the basic objectives of pension fund investments? The first one is safety. It says investment must be in instruments that are safe with respect to principal and income. This implies that safety is of the most priority when it comes to investment of pension funds. So we must think, is the instrument that the PFA wants to put this fund, is this safe? Before you talk about the return. So it has to be safe first. The second one is liquidity. That's one of the main objectives of the PRN 2004 is to ensure that pension fund retirees are paid as and when to. So to ensure that that happens, we enforce that pension fund must be invested in assets which are realizable with relative ease, such that when people retire, the PFA have much liquidity to pay pension. The third one talks about fair return. No, I said the priority is safety before you talk about fair return. What does this fair return imply? It implies that the risk that PFA is taking on investment of a particular fund should be commensurate with the return it's yielding on the pension fund. So where we will get to a slide where you see the portfolio structure based on funds. So funds that are exposed to variable income, that has more exposure to variable income, is also expected to have higher return than the ones that are less exposed to variable income. For example, we have Fund 1. So I'm not going to dwell. I also have a slide that talks about various fund structures, multi-fund structure. That is the aim, to ensure that when you are young, your fund will put in assets that will be exposed higher to in variable income that attracts higher return. Unlike somebody that is in Fund 4, that is a retiree, you cannot expose his or her fund to such investment securities. So the general investment philosophy is one, consultative. Consultative, yeah. Because PENCOM, we engage relevant sectors when we are developing guidelines, circulars, and regulations for investment of pension fund assets. We engage PFA, PFCs, and relevant sectors that are concerned before we conclude. Just as we are doing now, we are reviewing some of our investment regulations and it's been exposed to operators for their input before it will be concluded. Prudent and conservative. So because pension funds are conservative in nature, therefore we deploy prudent concept to ensure that pension funds to ensure fair return. The next one talks effective surveillance. There are monitoring mechanisms put in place to ensure good conduct by pension operators as well as potential risk contributors. The next one talks about effective regulation through the investment activities. Most investment activities must comply with the various regulations, as I said earlier, issued by the Commission. So we put an eye, the investment department of the Commission, we are like a watchdog of this PFA. We watch and monitor their transactions on a daily basis through the reports that they send to the Commission. So when they deviate from the main objective or they exceed the limits that are allowable by the investment regulation, we'll call them to order. And when it's much, we'll sanction. So the first speaker has done justice to the safeguards put in place. So me dwelling on it might be a kind of delaying of. But I'm going to pick some points that are specific to investment and talk about them. The aspect that I said that pension assets hereby custodian shall not be used to meet claims of any custodian's creditor in event of liquidation of the custodian. So this implies that no one can use pension fund as a collateral, including the RSA holder. You cannot use it as a collateral to get loan of any kind. Sale of pension funds, pension assets, grant of loan or use of collateral is prohibited. So we also have additional safeguards, which I'm not going to dwell on because the first presenter have also done justice to it. The first one that said ring-fencing of pension fund assets, the title BS, PFA, PFC, and the fund name. This implies that no one, the pension fund bears its name when the PFS are investing it. So therefore, if there is credit judgments on the PFA or the PFC, pension fund managed by PFA or in custody of PFs, they are safe because they are not in the PFA or PFC's name, but rather in the name of the fund. I would also like to talk on the last one on this one that says PENCOM may, by regulation, impose additional restrictions on investments to further protect the contributors. So in any way that we notice that the PFAs are not, or that the measures put in the regulation in line with the current realities that will have some loopholes, we can also tighten up by issuing a circular to tighten up those measures. We also have conflict of interest, saying that PFA shall not sell pension funds assets to itself or to any of its stakeholders, directors, affiliates, or employees. It cannot sell to the spouse of any of its shareholders, directors, affiliates, or employees, or affiliates of any of its shareholders. The PFC holding the pension funds assets under its management. So we also have authorized markets for trading pension fund assets. So pension fund assets can only be traded on SEC-recognized or registered securities or trading platforms like FMGQ, NGS, NASE, and the trading facilities to platform recognized by CBN. Then why are we having this authorized market for trading of pension fund assets? There are justifications for that. One is that so that there will be transparency in the pricing of pension fund assets, so that people cannot price pension fund assets based on their own interests. That's why we are saying that one, you cannot sell to your stakeholders, you can't sell to yourself. So if you want to trade, you come to the known and registered platform for trading. The second one is for liquidity and marketability of securities which pension funds are invested. We want to ensure that all instruments that pension fund will be deployed into to invest must be marketable and liquidity such that pension funds can be used also to meet the obligations of the PFA. Example, payment of pensions as and when due, and also to eliminate conflict of interest, as I said earlier. I'm going to talk about multi-fund structure. It's a provision of investment regulation targeted at enhancing safety and fair return of pension funds. It will have various objectives. What are the objectives? So, okay, let me explain further. This multi-fund. Multi-fund is brought about to ensure that people choose the fund in line with their risk appetite and based on their age too. So the objective is to achieve optimal returns for contributors by aligning their pension savings with their individual risk or return appetite, provide investment portfolio choices to creditors, contributors, and enhance safety of pension assets through adequate portfolio diversification, increase investments in equities and alternative assets, such as infrastructure and private equity.
So I asked it to write me a 1,000-word essay about global so I could turn it in.
So this table you can see,
$10,000.
I said earlier, have investment limits set in our investment regulation. And we watch PFAs on a daily, weekly, and monthly basis and annual basis, based on the return they send to us on a daily basis and through a platform we call Aromas that render PFA returns on our own. We watch them like a watchdog, ensure that no PFA goes above all the specified limits. You can see the instruments listed, that's the asset classes. These are the allowable instruments that PFA are to invest pension fund assets in. And when you look at them, you can see we have different percentage based on fund. When I mentioned fair return, I made a statement saying that the risk that pension funds are investors are exposed to will also be in commensurate with the return expected. So you cannot expose pension funds to variable incomes higher, and the fund that has lower exposure is getting more return. If we see that, we query the PFA for clarification. So the asset classes that pension fund can be invested are ordinary shares, open or closed funds, private equities, infrastructure fund, FGN securities, bond and treasury bills, state government bond, corporate bonds, supranational bond, and money market instruments. So looking at Fund 1 in this table, that is Fund 1 is a fund that RSA contributors can be moved to based on his or her choice, provided the person is still below the age of 50 years. So because they are young, you take high risk for them. And anybody that dictates, I want you to move my fund to Fund 1, already has knowledge and information that Fund 1 is exposed to higher risk and higher return is expected. And why do we allow higher exposure to variable income in Fund 1? Because these people are still young, unlike somebody that is already in Fund 4, that's a retiree. Okay. You can't take such risk that you take for a younger person because it has longer years for you to make up in the fund in case the risk crystallizes. So you can see, for Fund 1, the variable income exposure there is 75%. If you add 30%, 25% plus 10% plus another 10%, that's ending in infrastructure fund. That is the 75%. For Fund 2, we have the exposure limit is 55%. Fund 2 are the default fund. Everybody that is below the age of 50 years is automatically in Fund 2. So it's except when the person dictates by formally writing to the PFA, I want you to move my fund to fund one, that it can be done. You can see as you get older, the exposure of your fund, the variable income, it reduces. You can see fund 3, the exposure is 20%. For fund 4, the exposure is 10%. Because at that age, you can't take much risk for this group of people. We also have fund 5, that's 55%. That's micro pension participant. We have a non-interest fund. So in this non-interest fund is divided into 2 groups. The people that are 50 years, less than 50 years, they fall under fund, that's fund 6 active. That is people from fund 1 to fund 3 can decide to move to fund 6 active. Then a retiree in fund 4 can also be moved to fund 6 retirees. So you can see the same percentage you have in fund 2, that's 55%, is the same percentage you have for fund 6 active. The same percentage you have on fund 4, that's 10%, is the same percentage you have on fund 6 retiring. And when you look at the money market, you see fund 1, it has 30%. But when you see fund 4, it has 35%, because they are at that stage, you can put it in a money market where you can easily deploy their funds for pension benefits. So that's how multi-fund structure works. So in the course of me explaining this table, I've also explained these types of funds. Fund 1, as I said earlier, are for contributors below the age of 50 years. Fund 2, people, fund 1 is by choice, as I said. Yes, it's for people less than 50 years, but it's by choice. Fund 2 is a default fund. Whether you like it or not, that is where you accept to write and say, move me to fund 1. Fund 3 are for people that are 50 years and above, while fund 4 is for retirees, and fund 5 for micro pension, and fund 6 is non-interest funds. So I think I have also explained this slides. The only point I want to clear here is this, the one on red, that says an active contributor may switch from one fund type to another within a PFA once in 12 months without paying any fees. But any other switches within a PFA will attract a fee, which would be determined by the commission. So this is the position of pension fund assets as at 31st August 2023. The net asset value of pension fund assets stood at 17.29 trillion. This represents a growth of 15.34% when compared to net asset value of 14.99 trillion as at 31st December 2022. During this period, pension funds were largely invested in FGN securities. You can, if you look at that table, FGN securities has the highest exposure of pension fund assets. You can see 60.31%. followed by corporate debt that has 10.74%, then followed by money market instrument that has 7.51%, as shown in that table. The Commission is currently working on a number of initiatives to increase pension fund investment in alternative asset classes. As I mentioned earlier, that we are currently reviewing our existing regulation on investment of pension fund assets, and we have also exposed it to operators to send in their inputs and comments on where an area they want the Commission to improve on. So when you look at this table, for the same period, that is 31st August, you can see that Fund 2 accounted 42.92% of the total pension fund under management. As you can see, because Fund 2 is the default fund, so it has higher percentage of the pension fund assets there, followed by Fund 3. So what are the key initiatives? We have guidelines on equity contribution for residential mortgage. So the Commission, during the review of the PRA 2004, realized that our retirees under CPS struggle a lot to pay house rent when they retire. So based on that, we included in the PRA 14 this clause that says that pension, that says that RSS owners can deploy a percentage of their RSA balance for equity contribution towards owning their own house while they are in active service. And the objective of establishing this section is to provide access to equity finance for RSA holders in the CPS, and also to improve their standard of living by facilitating their ownership of residential home during their working life, and to improve enrollment in CPS. Just as the third presenter, he made a statement. He said, "What is the need for me? If you're telling me to come in and join CPS, I want to see what are the benefits." And for the fact that you inform me that you'll be able to deploy a percentage of what you have contributed on a house while you are working, such that when you retire, you don't need to struggle for payment of rent. You can also convince such person to join and to provide a sustainable source of long-term finance to mortgage sector and sport development in housing sector. We also have another initiative that we have a co-investment of pension funds. So the Commission will have also released a framework that will enable pension funds, PFAs, to co-invest in private equity in order to enlarge opportunities where pension funds can also be invested. The benefit of it is to increase diversification, which will lead to higher returns for RSA holders. We also have still on draft. This is still on draft. That's why you can see draft guidelines on pension fund investment in foreign currency denominated financial instruments. Why do we do this? We know that our naira is currently being heavily valuated. So we want to ensure that we hedge pension fund against inflation. PFs invest pension fund also in foreign currency denominated instrument for higher return and hedge against inflation.
You don't chop. I don't. You chop that one.
In conclusion,
I don't get that one. Leave out.
The Commission is committed to ensuring the safety of pension funds and structures have been established in these regards. Also, as the pension industry and financial system evolves, the Commission would also continue to develop and implement innovative policies to foster safety and fair return on pension fund investment. And finally, the Commission will continue its collaboration with relevant stakeholders to foster the development of asset classes, securities suitable for pension fund investment. Thank you.
This guy. This so before Zoom and small.
Thank you. We can do that one more time. Zoom and small.
I don't know if I contact and I'm Zoom and
She was very business minded with her presentation, and the presentation came a lot of patterns. And surely my pension is safe.
This is my
That I saw, I can retire well. So my money is safe. But don't ask me how much I have in my accounts. As long as my employers are remitting, I will retire well. So I don't know how many of us have heard about the NECA annual employers excellent awards. How many of us? Okay. Those that have not heard about it is because some things are not right in the organization. No, jokes apart. At times you take some survey that puts you in check and make you align with what you are supposed to do. It's as simple as that. And there are a lot of things we also gain by participating in one or two of these initiatives. So at the right time to talk more about this NECA's Annual Employers Excellence Awards. So I've been part of it since inception, and I can say for free, it's an eye-opener, it's a learning session, and it's also an avenue to know better what it takes to be an organization. So I'm sure we all have the flyers. Please feel free to register. Feel free to participate. Feel free to enjoy the things NECA give us that our subscription cannot buy. I say it with all sense of responsibility. What we get from NECA, our subscription cannot buy it. Cannot buy it. And I wonder how many of us who have gone to Abuja through and through with all these House of Assembly letters. But with just one response with NECA letterhead, you are fine. So if you calculate 180,000 times 5 trips, how much is that? I'm not good in maths. That's why I'm HR. I'm not comp and ben, so it's none of your business. I'm HR, so I can choose where I belong in HR. Yes or no? But we are still HR. Good. So 180,000 times 5 plus hotel plus stock plus photocopy of how many copies? Oh yeah, calculate it now. How much is your subscription? It's as simple as that. Let us patronize NECA simply to reduce all this headache. Your MD will not ask you, how did you do it to? They will tell you, I don't want activity. I want. So the result is NECA. Please let's put our hands together for NECA one more time. For those of us that have been benefiting from NECA. Thank you very much. If you have not opened your sachet of combination before the next presentation, you almost cause confusion by opening simple sweets. Simple sweets. Some of you are just doing pra, 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 pra. Simple sweet that you can just finish that and just put it in your mouth. It's still sounding. Okay. Reduce the sound. So instead of opening Baba Blue, open Tom Tom. The sound is different. I can tell you from experience. Am I right? Bitter cola sound higher than cola. So do than do pa. So that's just the difference. So at this time, I want to bring on my friend to take us on current developments in the Nigerian pension industry. Well, smile now. You know, say that you are welcome. And I don't go call the other name. Please welcome with me, Mr. Chitoki. With a round of applause. Yeah. When it comes up, he will tell us the other name. So that they won't silently get my name and seize my pension. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, the moderator. My name is Chijoke Wite. He could call Wite because that's why he's unable to call it. I was educating him at the back here several times to call it, he couldn't. I want to continue with the already established protocols. My work is already simplified because my colleagues from PENCOM and even Mr. Kundayo have already made my work so simple that most things I have to say have been said. And I like NECA. This is the third time I'm making a presentation in NECA House, and it's so orderly, so organized, just like they can we give ourselves a round of applause. Thank you very much. I'm going to be talking on current developments in the Nigerian pension industry. And these are the outlines. We look at the objectives of the Pension Reform Act 2014. By the way, how many of us in this house has never opened Pension Reform Act 2014 once? I want to talk of reading through it. How many? Just wait. You have not opened it at all. I mean, why? This is the law that regulates the pension industry. So we need to read through it. That you are not a lawyer is not an excuse. You need to know what is regulating your pension and ultimately your retirement when you retire and how you get your benefits so that you know where to place your questions. We're going to talk about political developments. We'll talk about economic developments, social and environmental developments, technological developments, technical developments, legal developments, prospects and challenges and questions and answers. Let me also make this point. All these developments we have talked about today, or we're going to talk about today, are correlated. They correlate in the sense that political development relates to economic development, political development relates to legal development, and the rest of all we're going to see. Of course, we know that politicians are the ones that are determining how our lives will be, if you like it or not. They can decide tomorrow now to change the law in the National Assembly. What will you do? You'll be here speaking grammar. There's nothing we do about it. Right. So these developments correlate. You cannot separate one from the other, so to say. Now, I won't talk much on the objectives to maximize time because the objectives of the CPS have similar objectives we have with the Pension Reform Act, which have been discussed by the previous speakers. And we only add that one of the objectives is to stem the growth of pension liability and accumulate investable funds that have been substantially achieved. To the extent that at the inception, we have the federal government has a liability of over 2 trillion as pension. That is before the CPS or before this movement. But now we have above 17 trillion accumulated. So to an extent, if you assess it, it has been a wonderful achievement. No matter what decides. If this law was not made or the CPS was not introduced, perhaps the liability by today would have increased to say 15 billion
or
Yes,
20
I've
billion.
recorded 3 times now.
And things are getting worse by the day.
No,
Oh, yeah, thank you. I've
Now,
although I went
let's
late.
look at the political developments.
Alright.
What about the card?
The change of government.
When you took the card.
Section 19 of the Pension Reform Act makes provision for PENCOM
like
governing board
both.
to be instituted
He's not even.
and inaugurated
That's why
properly.
it's
That board is to be comprised of chairman of the board, director general, commissioners, the commissioners that are supposed to be appointed by the president and confirmed by the Senate. Turn to the Pension Reform Act. The state fast government, that's Buhari's administration, constate the board accordingly, because the way it should be, that's the governing board. Now, was made up of the individual board members that represent the political zones, including the chairman, and the institutional board members, and those institutional board members, that the 6 individual and the 10 institutional board members that represent the head of some.
If you have money,
And then now that board, that provision does not mandate the president to appoint, so to say. He use the word like shy. If it does, what will happen? I asked myself questions when I was looking at that provision. Even if it does, recall that the ministers were appointed without portfolio at the initial point. So they can delay by whatever tactics to achieve whatever they want. Lawyers, I don't like lawyers. I'm a lawyer, but I don't like them. They will advise do it this way. You will circumvent this and you will delay this.
you are losing $20,
So if they have another client, they will advise differently. So this board has not been constituted as we speak now.
So,
And we are waiting that, we're hoping that it will soon be constituted. And without the governing board, me and you already know that the governing board is so important that on daily basis, we need them. We need them on daily basis.
the market is very, very.
Under the political development, to continue with that, the National Assembly activities come to play. The Ninth Assembly amended Section 5 of the Pension Reform Act. Section 5 is a provision that have exemptions, those who are exempted from the Pension Reform Act. And they amended that provision and included employees of the National Assembly Service Commission. That law was done so patiently overnight and signed overnight. Some of us saw it when it was just signed without bothering. The same National Assembly that, so to say, that enacted, if you think, the Pension Reform Act is excluding themselves. That's to show that they are not talking about so many things. They are not bothered about this liability we are talking about. For the federal government, everybody is talking about self. And then the self, what do you want to achieve? Not the overall national interest.
They also amended the PRA to allow security lending. And that's also commended. And the Nigerian police from the CPS. That one is still in the pipeline and it has not been concluded. And we believe because along the line, they are seeing better reasons why they should not even continue to exempt people from the or to dismantle the CPS. The 10th Assembly was recently constituted in June 2023, and they has not considered any amendment of the PRA as it is now. And we pray they don't consider. By the time we continue with this presentation, you will see what are the reasons that should justify even an amendment of a law under a normal, proper setting or environment before you talk of amending the law or changing the law. Now, having discussed economic developments, let's look at, political development, let's look at economic developments. All these, many of them have been mentioned in the previous presentations. From deficit of 2 trillion, like I said, prior to CPS in June 2004, to surplus of assets under management of over 17 trillion is a very serious achievement under the economy of Nigeria. Now, under the economic development, we see the impact of inflation on value of our pension assets, currency devaluation, change rate fluctuations, and all that. These are developments that are taking place under the economy.
It's even better here than.
And then to hedge against some of these problems, the last presenter mentioned Section 87 of the Act that allowed the Commission to issue guidelines, commence the process of issuing guidelines to allow foreign investment of pension funds to hedge against all these currency devaluation and exchange rate fluctuations. The guideline has not been finalized. I believe that when it is finalized, it will be posted on the website of the Commission. Now, the presenter said that you're not supposed to use pension assets.
So it's like this to
yes, that's if you look at that provision, it's 91C of the Act. You will see that you're not supposed to use pension as collateral or as a loan. Now, having said that, if you go further under the law, Section 89 of Section 2 makes exception, which has been discussed here. If you look at the wordings of that provision, it said, notwithstanding that provision of Section 89(1)(c), that Section 89(2) of the Act allows for application of pension funds in RSA towards payment of the contribution. And that is where we are now. This guideline has been issued, was discussed here. And the objectives are the same objectives that have been discussed by my colleague.
The person is on stage.
Details from that guideline,
Another
I
person
encourage you.
I want to record
details of the guideline, terms of how to go about it, documentation, mortgage institutions, and all that, and eligibility criteria and the rest of things like that. If you pick it up in the guideline, you will read through it. Another economic development had to do with investment of pension and infrastructure. This is the clamor. Want the returns to be high, speedy. So people continue to talk about investment in infrastructure. And infrastructure we are talking about is road, electricity, all those critical infrastructure that the clamor for direct investment of pension by many interested investors are making. The challenge has been the ability of the market to package bankable projects that satisfy pension fund investment, like my colleague said earlier. It's not just to go into it. Remember, when you talk about investment, you are looking at Section 85 of the Act, which says there will be safety, there will be fair return. At times, you see people who think they are very knowledgeable in investment and things like that. They will tell you, this investment in pension is not yielding much return the way it should be. They forget that it's a conservative fund, and that provision of Section 85 said that it should be safety first, like my colleague said, safety first and fair
return, not maximum return. If you go for maximum return, my challenge, I will go to court if I retire and you don't give me my pension and you're talking about investing where you will yield, it will yield high. Give me my pension first. And that is what everybody will ask here. Where is my pension? Not that you go maybe where you burn your fingers. Not the infrastructure fund proposed by the to be floated by the CPN, which among others target pension fund investment. So until that comes on board fully, we will see most likely there will be indirect investment in infrastructure and not direct one where you just put it in a very fresh or green projects, and when you look tomorrow, you will not see the fund again. Now let's look at social and environmental developments. We have talked about financial inclusion, and this is part of what we are doing now, sensitizing people, not just saying that there is pension. You don't know how it is being invested. When you retire, where is my pension? You need to know, you need to be involved so that you can ask relevant question. You can go to the PFA, your PFA, and say, why not this? Why not that? So there is need for this financial education, cashless policy issues, how does it work, and all that. This affect pensions. You know, the financial literacy, knowledge about the industry, financial industry, and all that. These are the issues that we also doing in the pension to ensure that all these are properly discussed in the general with the general public and an environment like this. There is also under the social environment coverage of states and local governments and hybrid pensions. We've talked about coverage. Let me just talk about hybrid pension. Hybrid pensions you see mostly in the north, where they have Islamic religion and all that. They have what they call contributory pension, and then they will still have what they call defined benefits under the same law. So why the employer and the employee contribute? When you are retiring as an employee, you'll be paid under defined benefit. So your pension is defined. So you look at it, it has an element of the CPS, it has an element of the defined benefit scheme. So it's hybrid in nature, you know. Then we also have micro pension plan and the guidelines which have been discussed, and we will discuss more about the micro pension in the course of this presentation. Then application of pension assets towards equity contribution, adoption of ESG principles in pension and investment, green board of I would like you to look at the principles, especially, so pension fund is looking at all this and to comply, to align pension funds strictly with the principles of ESG that talks about protection of the environment, that talks about the social environment and the impact on the people, the impact on the community, the impact on the stakeholders, and then the corporate governance. Don't invest it in a place that has no good corporate governance. I listened to the secretary and I was happy when he was mentioning about corporate governance, good corporate governance. Something like considering the green bond. The green bond had to do with investment in the climate, protection of the climate and all that. Anything that we avoid environmental degradation, so these are the areas that pension fund is looking at. Now let's look at the technological development. Am I speaking too much? I want to maximize time. Technological development. We have talked about the enhanced contributor registration system, ECRS, that replaced the legacy CRS. The legacy CRS was the contributor registration system, which we had in place at the offset of the scheme. But that has a lot of issues and allow for double and multiple registrations, and then affected the database, so to say, that the PFS could register or to register Chijoke, the same Chijoke. So it had a lot of issues. But to solve that problem, the Commission has deployed the ECRS
The ECRS is a new RSA registration application system in-house developed by the Commission for the pension industry. All the RSA holders on database are to provide their PFAs with NIN. We know what is NIN, and have their info recaptured and updated on ECRS. The objective is to maintain a reliable database by obtaining comprehensive and complete information in compliance with subsection E of the Act, which makes provision for creation of data bank. It's also to eliminate multiple registration and also adopt uniform standard in the pension industry. It is to provide seamless migration of data to ECRS and then to comply with the federal government directive to unify data with namesake database. These are the objectives. We have the RSA transfer as one of the developments, some of the technological developments. The contributor is to transfer his RSA from one pension fund administrator to another in a year in compliance with Section 13 of the Pension Reform Act. Transfer is for active contributors. This particular provision of Section 13 allows for mobility of labor. Before, we didn't have it under the defined benefits. So when you stay in a place, you say, you can't move. You will stay where you are. And then if you want to move, how do you get your benefits? But that has been taken care of under the Pension Reform Act, that you can move from one employer to another, and then you can transfer your RSA even when you are in one employer. So it makes things very more flexible and more normal now. The objective includes to enhance service delivery. Because when you do that, the PFA, the truth of the matter is that the PFAs, we now but without this transfer window open, somebody will say, if you want to move, how do you even move? When you hear transfer window open, it's not a physical window. It's not a physical window. It's to move from one PFA to another. I was in court in Lagos here sometime, for the commission. And one of the issues was that the commission should pay 270 million damages for not opening transfer window. And it was one of the investors that was not running his PFA in accordance with the laid down rules and regulations, and there was no corporate governance that actually sued. So I explained to the court that it's not a physical window, that the window we are talking about is movement from one PFA to another. And it is not for the investor, it is for the RSA holder to do. So that particular request should be thrown out under the court obliged us. And it's also to provide choice of PFA for the RSA holder. It's to allow for competitive investment on return on investment, modalities and processes of doing all these transfer is there in the PECOM's website. So if you visit the website, you will see how to go about it, or you meet your PFA to say you want to transfer. If they refuse, report to PECOM. Anybody that refuses want to frustrate your movement from one PFA to another, report to the PECOM. We have discussed all these technical developments again under the RSA multi-fund structure, which started July 2018, and the objectives have been discussed by my sister Patience. The same objectives. So, in fact, she went even more in depth. The issue of voluntary pension contribution. The RSA 2014 allowed employees to make voluntary contribution into their retirement savings account in addition to their mandatory contribution. The voluntary contribution is non-obligatory. It's not by force. It's not, you are not mandated to do it. It's non-obligatory contribution made by any employee through the employer. Voluntary contribution is made with the sole aim of enhancing retirement benefits, subject to the guidelines issued by the Commission, which is also on the guide on the website. Voluntary contributions are made by active employees to augment their RSS at retirement, as provided under Section 4.3 of the Pension Reform Act. These are also made by those exempted from the CPS under Section 5 of the Act. The objectives are to establish uniform set of rules and eligibility criteria for the operations and participation in VC, provide necessary safeguards for the withdrawal of VC, ensure utilization of VC for the purpose of augmented retirement benefits, and then retirement benefits of active contributors, retirees under the fund-defined benefit, exempt persons and foreigners to cater for their livelihood during old age. We also talk about micro pension. In passing, we talked about micro pension. Section 2.3 of the Act provides for employees of organizations with less than 3 employees and self-employed persons to participate in the CPS. If you are reading the Pension Reform Act and you see 15, you will see 15. That was just an error generated during the making of this law. The present intention is to include more people. That is why some presenters just go straight to say 3 employees and above. So wherever you see 15, it's not 15 there, it's 3. Before, under the Pension Reform Act 2004, you had 5 employees and above. Now it is more expanded to include more people. And that is why the objective of the Pension Reform Act to include more people. The guideline has been issued by the Commission. You see pensions guideline website too. The micro pension is voluntary and more flexible than CPS. Contribution, remittance, and withdrawal process are listed in the guideline. Another very important thing to mention under the micro pension is that contingent portion is 40%. Contingent is those that can be withdrawn. Those contributions that can be withdrawn prior to retirement. So it's made more flexible because you are dealing with the self-employed and the informal sector. So some of these people may want this money before retirement. So they are allowed to withdraw 40% of the contribution, while 60% of the entire contribution is left till retirement to augment their retirement benefits. So if you go to the website, you will see more about the micro pension. Under technical development, you will also see pension enhancements. Investment income on the RSA of retirees, if any, is utilized for enhancement of their pensions. Pension enhancement is for retirees with appreciable investment income who retired between July 2007 and December 2014. The immediate pension enhancement was done 1st December 2007 using RSA balances as at 31st December 2016. The second set of P covers retirees from 2007 to December 2017 retirees using RSA balance as at 30th October. We have not done the third one. And it was carried out, the last one was carried out in February 2020. Now, when you hear pension enhancement, I have 40 minutes and it's long. I have 40 minutes. Yes. 40 years. This one doesn't, I have 40 minutes on the timetable. Now let's look at the legal developments. I have talked about the 9th Assembly. We have talked about some of the legal developments, including review of minimum share capital, merger and acquisition between PFS, judicial pronouncement, especially the case of what Nigerian National Industrial Court is talking about the pension, about the program withdrawal templates. If you look at, I don't know the lawyers in the house, we look at the current decision of the court, the trial judge, in the case of Rauf Gewa case, that was looking for 50% of his retirement, and he insisted, he refused to sign the program withdrawal agreement and went to court and insisted that 50% has to be paid to him. And then he got judgment because
the judge was looking at section 17 and said he didn't see program withdrawal, and he sees in the under the section 7 that where pension income supposed to issue a legal guideline on the why are we using the template? What are we talking about the template? The judge, in his own opinion, said that if you retire, you have the new way to decide how many percent that should be paid. And he misled himself with due respect to the judge, to the court, because the judge did not look at the other provisions of the Act, especially section 23, section 24A and 23A, and particularly section 115 of the Act that allows PENCOM to issue guidelines and regulations. He didn't look at all that. He only dwelled on that particular provision alone to say this is template. So PENCOM has the leeway to do all those things that they should do to actualize the objective of the Act. So we are on appeal as we talk now. We appealed that case and say, no, that is a wrong judgment. And the matter is still pending in court, believing that the Court of Appeal will look at it properly. There's another recent case, one case of one case in Port Harcourt, where somebody has assessed 25% of his balance when he lost his job and went to another job, and they said he want to assist another 25%. Because it's in the second employment. So you see people make all sorts of cases. It is then that the judge look at it and say, the law does not allow you to accept the 25% twice. It's only once when you lose your job. I can't say any position of it. So some judges will look at it more critically, some others will just give judgment. So when you look at the judgment of the court, some of them say it because they have that kind of feeling. There was a case of a professor who approached us because he left the academia and joined the bench. And he said he wants to assess both his employer-employee contribution, and then he will still go to the bench and they get his pension, they benefit when he retires. We tried to advise him, he said no. We wrote to NJC. NJC said, no, you are only entitled to your employee contribution, but it was deducted from your salary when you were. But the other one, we go back to the treasury, the same government you are talking about. So these are some of the developments that we are looking at in the industry. We have discussed the issue of pension reform laws in states and the rest of that. Now, I said before that when you talk about legal developments, you'll be talking about how do you now amend a particular law. It's not just to get up and say, example, dismantle CPS, don't allow this to work. You must do it in a way that amendment of the Act should consider challenges experienced in implementation of the existing Act, genuine complaints by contributors, genuine reasons adduced by experts arising from research findings, concerns on interpretation of provisions, if there is such concern, proper interactive session like what we are doing now and what we do everywhere, need for innovation and attractiveness. These are the things. It's not just to get up and amend the law. We have prospects. These are the prospects. You know, there's a safe and sound administration of the CPS, upward review of sanction under the PRO 2014. If you look at the Act, there's upward review. Then the Commission engages several recovery agents which have been discussed. There are several ongoing legal action cases before the National Industrial Court to recover unremitted pension. We are in court with so many organizations. There's collaboration with security agencies such as the police, the EFCC, the ICPC, National Human Rights Commission for investigation and prosecution of pension-related cases to ensure compliance. Challenges have been discussed. They are all the same. Low awareness of the workings of the CPS by general public, low pension payout under the CPS as opposed to TPS. That's what people look at. Position by top civil servants, especially the permanent secretaries, and those who think that they will be entitled to their full benefit when they retire. They will put the CPS. So those are the challenges. And some political appointees. Operators related challenges, like what we discussed for poor service delivery, at times you see it, and related complaints. Lack of political will by politicians to even implement at the state level, cover the employees of the state, and climb up to dismantle the CPS or for exemption. Thank you very much.
Please, let's give him an applause. I love the way he rushed in the last 5 minutes. I hope that is the way we rush our processes when we retire. Thank you very much. And, you know, round of applause. Thank you, Chijo. Wait. A lot of applause for me then, if I'm right. Thank you very much. So quickly, we have Chijoke, then we have Consular Common. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Obi Oribizako. I work in the Medical and Insurance Department of the Commission, standing on the already existing protocol. But I want to appeal to NECA. I think you should be given more time because this is the benefit and insurance is the exit. This is the main thing that everybody is here for. and you're giving 15 minutes for it. Huh? So I have an outline. Okay, so I'll be talking about some of the things that have already been discussed here. So I won't go into detail with some of them. We have the introduction, we have the grants for assessing benefits, we have the documentation for assessing benefits, we'll have the modes of assessing benefits and the pension protection fund. Okay, so objectives, these had already been discussed, so I will not discuss on this anymore. The only thing I need to highlight is that for the first objective there, ensure that every worker receives his or pension as a winding. Okay, so like my colleagues had already pointed out, the CPS is a fully funded fund. So it's expected that as on monthly basis, contributions go into the account and all that. So at point of exit, the money is already sitting there. Okay, but my observation, the delays usually come from people not monitoring the accounts on a regular basis. So there could be missing contributions and all that. And people that registered before 2019 that have not done their data recapture, that's when they want to do their data recapture and all that. So all these things creates a lot of delays and all that. So it is expected that before people, when you're about to retire, 6 months to retirement, you should start, tidying up the loose ends for your retirement. Okay. Then every contributor has a right. Okay. So you have the right to select your own pension fund administrator. Your employer is not expected to enforce any pension fund administrator on you. You're expected to be given a quarterly statement by your pension fund administrator or on demand. I don't know how many people here actually look at their retirement savings account statements. How many of us? Very few.
I do.
Those of us that look at it, do you actually understand statements?
No.
You don't, right? Yes. Okay, because what I'm emphasizing on this is that a lot of people claim that the PFAs do business with their money.
Yes.
And they don't get any return.
Yes, like me.
Right? I can challenge anybody here or each and every one of us that look at your RSA statements. Okay? The return on investment or the growth on your fund is about 45% of the total value of that fund. 45 to 50% of the total value of that fund. So what you had contributed, in essence, is just about 50% or 55%. So we need to be more inquisitive about what is happening with our retirement savings accounts. And I will still talk about, because a lot of people say their pension is very small and all that, but there are factors that make it very small, and we need to understand that. Okay. So every contributor has a right to transfer his or her RSA from one PFA to another once a year, and appoint a legal beneficiary and next of kin. Okay. What the Act recognizes a legal beneficiary when it comes to paying benefits. But we'll explain that, not next of kin. Okay. To receive customer service from PFAs, my colleagues had already talked about customer service and all that. To lodge complaint with the commission. So when you're you're engaging your pension fund administrator and you're not getting a response or you're not satisfied, you're actually free to write to the commission and complain, and you get a response. Okay. Provide PFAs with national ID card. So it's expected that during your updates, you're expected to provide your ID card and or any other information that your PFA requires. Okay. Okay, so grounds for assessing benefits. We have basically the mandatory retirement, which all of us are looking forward to. I know some people are not looking forward to retirement, but a lot of people are also looking forward to retirement. So the mandatory retirement is what all of us are working towards to attain after the age of 50 or before the age of 50. I know some employers here allow people to retire at 45, okay? But for those that will retire before 50, will only be allowed to take 25% of their RSA balance until they get to 50 years. Okay, it's only when you're 50 years and above, when you retire, you'll be allowed to take your pension and your lump sum. Okay, then you can access your retirement benefits on medical grounds. Okay, some of us might not be able to, might have some illness that will prevent us from working. Okay, so such people are allowed to retire and start collecting their pension irrespective of their age. Okay, even if you're 25 and become very sick that you can no longer work, you can actually start collecting your pension. You know, then you can the retirement savings account can be accessed on death or when somebody has been declared missing. But when for missing person, there has to be the commission has to constitute a board of inquiry to review the case and determine whether the person is missing or not. Then the family can be allowed to, the next of kin, the legal beneficiary will be allowed to take the balance in the retirement savings account. Then RSA can be assessed due to temporary loss of job if the person had lost his or her job and had not been able to get another job after 4 months. Okay, the person will be allowed to take 25% of the RSA balance at that time. Okay. But the person must be below 50. So if you're already 50, you can now ask for your retirement benefit. But if you're below 50, you can only take 10% of your RSA. Then for people that do voluntary contribution, for active employees that do voluntary contribution, they are allowed to take their voluntary contribution after 2 years that have 50% of their voluntary contribution that have stayed 2 years. Okay. Then 50% is locked to enhance pension. But for people in TP schemes and exempted contributors, they can only access their voluntary contribution at retirement. Okay. Then we can access the retirement benefit for payment of equity contribution. This had already been discussed. Okay. So documentation, basically, before we start talking about the different documentations for each category of return, each of the categories, you must provide a valid means of identification, either a driver's license, an international passport, or the NIN slip. Okay. For mandatory retirement, there must be an evidence that the person has retired. So there must be a retirement, acceptance of retirement letter, okay, and three months pay slip or any evidence of total emolument. Now, this 3 months pay slip is required to be able to compute the person's annual total emolument. I will explain why that is important. Okay, for the 3 months, the 3 months is to show the consistency in that salary. Okay, in the absence of this, each and every one of us here receive their salary via a bank, so to speak, right? So in the absence of this, we can actually accept your bank statements that shows the monthly salary that are being paid to the person. Okay. Okay, for medical grounds, like I explained before, people that are very sick and they can no longer continue to work and all that, it's expected that they get a medical certificate that says that they can no longer work. And their exit from their place of work will show that they exited as a result of that they exited on medical grounds. So it will be difficult for the commission to approve such because I've seen instances where people will produce a medical report and their exit from their work says they voluntarily. So it's difficult to comprehend that you left your work because you are sick or because you were disengaged, fraud or something. And so these two parameters, these two documents must be in place before the PFA can process retirement benefits on medical grounds. Okay. For death benefits and missing persons, what the Act recognizes are 3 documents, either one of them, not the 3. So a will, admitted appropriate. Okay. A will could also mean something that somebody had written and kept in his drawer, in his house, in his office, and all that. The PFAs will not accept such a will, except if that will is admitted at probate. It is registered in courts. Okay. The letter of administration, okay, or order from a court of competent jurisdiction. Okay. Then signature verification letter issued by the banker. These are for the legal beneficiaries now, not for the deceased person. So the legal beneficiaries should be able to provide a signature verification from the bank to show that the bank account that this money will be paid into actually belongs to them. Okay. Then certificate of death and police report, if needed. That is, police report is required if death is not of a natural cause. Okay. Then this last page is for treasury funded, so I don't believe this concerns this gathering. The report of Board of Inquiry, like I said before, for missing persons. For temporary loss of job, there should be a letter showing that the person had exited from his employer and the formal request to the PFA requesting that you want to access 25% of your retirement benefit. But that should be after 4 months. It can't be earlier than 4 months. Okay. Now, for voluntary contributions, for active mandatory contributors. Okay, so VC withdrawal form must be filled you must fill a form or write a letter with the PFA saying that you want to withdraw your VC contribution that have stayed up to 2 years. Okay, and that is the contingent, because the VC portion for active contributors have 2 portions, the contingent portion and the fixed portion. The contingent portion is what we can access after 2 years. Okay. The retiree under the CPS and the DPS contributors, a retirement letter from the employer. I told you earlier that for this category of people, they can only access their voluntary contributions at retirement. They cannot access it while they are still working. So it's only at retirement that they can access. Okay. The first letter is a letter that shows you have exited your first employment. The second letter is the letter showing that you have exited your current work. Okay. Now 3 months bank statement for DP retirees. Okay, so for people on CPS, their retirement savings account shows us that you're receiving pension already. So we don't require any statement from you. Okay. So the RSA statement will tell us that you have started receiving pension and when you started receiving pension. For people on DP scheme, their pension are not being paid by the PFAs. So the evidence that they are receiving pension will only come from their savings, from their bank account statement. So that's why this bank account statement is required to show that the person is actually receiving pension and had existed before. Okay. So for exempted contributors, we all know the exempted people, the judges, the people in secret service, the military, and people that are in the old, people that are working for major oil companies that are already in their DB schemes. Okay, they are not part of this CPS, so their retirement will be in a DB scheme. So for those people, like I said earlier, they can only access at retirement. So there must be a retirement letter to show that they are no longer working. Okay, and they will fill a voluntary contribution withdrawal form showing that this serves as an application form that you want to access your voluntary contribution. Now, foreigners actually, they are not mandated to participate in the CPS. So they participate voluntarily. Okay, I'm sure some of your organizations have some expatriates that are working for them, either from the Niger Republic, from Ghana, and all that. Okay, so they can only access their voluntary contribution at exit, not before exit. Okay, so but before the PFAs register them, they are required to provide a work permit because that's the only thing that allows them to work for the organization. There must be a work permit. Okay, there must be an international passport with a validity period of not less than 6 months. Okay, and a disengagement letter from their employer. Okay, then the voluntary withdrawal, the application letter. So for payment of equity contribution, anybody that wants to access the RSA for equity contribution will require a property offer letter. Okay, so the owner of that house should be able to issue you a letter that he or she wants to sell that property. And it can only be a residential property. It cannot be a land. It cannot be a commercial property. It can only be a residential property. Okay. Then the person will fill an application form with a mortgage lender. Whoever, which of the mortgage lenders, the list of the mortgage lenders are posted on the Commission's website. Okay, there are 61 of them. Some are banks, some are primary mortgage banks. Okay, so whichever one we choose or decide to go with, you must go there and apply. Okay, then if the loan that you're securing from that institution and your equity contribution is not equal to the price of that house, the person is required to provide a supplementary contribution. The loan amount, the 25% equity contribution should be able to pay for the house. But in instances where these two cannot pay for the house, the seated with the mortgage lender we've seen instances where people had already gone to make payments, okay, and now applied for this requirement to access 25%. Now the guidelines stipulates that the deposit should be with the mortgage lender. So we don't expect to see receipts that you have paid because that will not be approved. So there must be an application form with an indemnity letter to the PFA. So the person will need to apply with the PFA and fill an indemnity form with the PFA that he or she wants to use with 5% of his or her RSA to buy a house. Okay, so basically we'll have two modes of accessing retirement benefits. That's when the person retires. We'll have two modes of accessing: the program withdrawal and the annuity. Okay, program withdrawal plus lump sum and annuity plus lump sum. There's always a lump sum for the two. Okay, the program withdrawal is managed by the PFAs, while the annuity is managed by the insurance companies. Okay, so processing retirement benefits. My colleague Chidoke, when he was talking or making his own presentation, talked about the templates. Okay, so the PFAs are required to compute retirement benefits using that template. So every PFA makes use of that template to compute retirement benefit. Look, the result is the same in every PFA. Because we've had stories about people saying that if they go to PFA, the result is different and all that. The result is the same in every PFA. Okay. So part of the condition is that the RSA balance should be sufficient enough for program withdrawal or annuity option. Quarterly or monthly pension shall be at least 50% of final salary. Okay. What people hear all the time, what people talk about all the time is 50% lump sum. There is nowhere in the regulation issued by the commission that says 50% lump sum. What is stated is 50% of the last salary. Okay, so my last salary is 100,000. What the template tries to do is to give you back half of what your last salary was as at the time you exited. So let us understand that. It is not to give anybody 50% lump sum. Okay, so that template first and foremost will check whether your RSA balance can be able to pay you monthly pension of 50% of your last salary. Okay? Okay, so where the RSA balance cannot provide 50% of the retirement of the retiree's last salary or ATA, as case may be, the person is entitled to a concessionary regulatory lump sum of 25%. Okay, I've seen instances where people misunderstood this or interpret this to mean that the 25% is applicable to people that are not up to 50 years. No, it is a conditional provision for when you cannot, when your RSA cannot provide 50% of your last salary. Okay, so you get 25% of your lump sum, and whatever that is remaining will be used to pay you as monthly pension. So where the RSA balance cannot provide a monthly pension of at least 1/3, presently, minimum wage is 30,000, right? So when the PFAs program or compute your retirement benefit and the monthly pension is less than 10,000, which is 1/3 of minimum pension, a minimum wage, the person will be allowed to take his or her full RSA balance and go. Okay? We are all happy about that. Huh? So there are instances where people had exited. It is expected that every contribution had been created into the retirement savings account and all that. So, but there are instances where employers discovered that some contributions were not credited to the retirement savings account. So when those contributions are credited to the retirement savings account, person will be allowed to access an additional lump sum subject to meeting the first requirement of 50% of your last salary. So if as at the time of exit and at the time of programming you, instead of receiving 50% of your last salary, you are receiving 20% or 10% as monthly pension. Immediately this amount comes in, it will be used to document that pension. So it is not automatic. Okay, so it's not automatic. So it will be used to augment that pension up to 50%. It might be up to 50%, it might not be up to 50%, but if it gets up to 50%, the balance will be allowed to take it as lump sum. If you're already on 50%, you are allowed to take whatever that was credited into that account as lump sum. Okay? So there shall be a periodic enhancement for diaries on program withdrawal based on return on investment. Now, I have to highlight this return on investment because we receive a lot of petition complaints from people that their pension had not been enhanced. Okay? And the first thing I ask myself is, where will the money come from? Okay? The money is only coming from the return on investments. Okay, so some of us will retire and take pension arrears. Okay, even for private sector, it is capped for 6 months. Okay, but federal government employees and state government employees usually take a huge months of pension arrears, so it depletes their retirement savings accounts. So this pension enhancement comes in when the income the PFAs are making by investing in your retirement savings accounts, so to speak, exceeds the monthly pension they are paying you. So those reserves, those excess on top of it is what the PFA will use in enhancing the person pension. And what I mean by enhancing the person pension is to increase the pension from what the current status to whatever amount that can be increased. Okay? Okay, so this is what the program withdrawal templates, the so-called templates that I've been talking about, looks like. Yeah. Okay, so for this case study, we use a female. Okay, I'm sure a lot of people will be wondering why male and female. Okay, so studies have shown that women live longer than men. Nobody should ask me why. Huh? So it is expected that if two people, a man and a woman, have the same RSA balance, they have the same age, they have the same final salary, right? The man will have a higher pension is spread longer than the man's life expectancy. Okay, so for this template, what it provides is an option. Okay, everybody has a right to, every retiree has a right to negotiate his or her pension. Okay, but the negotiation falls in within the parameters provided by these templates. Okay, so you can decide to choose the maximum monthly pension. Okay, the maximum monthly pension is this. And I think it's about 75% of the person's last salary. Okay, but the person will not be able to get a lump sum. Okay, then the person might be able to choose to take 25% of the RSA balance and take a lower pension. Okay, there is a inverse relationship between the two. So the higher the lump sum you take, the lower the pension. The higher the pension you take, the lower the lump sum. Okay, so I've been told that my time is up. I think this is the last. Okay, so these are the difference between. I want to believe that this slide will be given to people, so I don't need to. So this tells the difference between program withdrawal and life annuity. And at retirement, the PFA is expected to explain these options without forcing you to choose anyone. The choice is yours. Okay? Look, I've already talked about this, so I'm not going to. Okay, so the last thing I need to talk about is the Pension Protection Fund. Okay. The Pension Reform Act, Section 82, requires that the Commission should create a pension protection fund. Okay. The fund is actually required to fund minimum pension guarantee, but for now, we have not started the minimum pension guarantee. Okay. What it means is that nobody, when the commission decides on what is minimum pension guarantee, nobody will earn a pension that is lower than that. Okay. So it is to pay compensation for eligible pensioners for shortfall in losses arising from investment activities. So, when the PFAs invest your money, they could make a loss, they could make a gain. So when they make losses, it is expected that the retirees will be compensated from this fund, okay? And for any other purpose which the commission might consider necessary. Presently, these are the funding sources of pension protection fund. Federal government is supposed to provide 1% of total monthly wage bill. The pension commission and pension fund operators, like the PFAs, the PFCs, and the CPFAs, will contribute 3% of their profit to this fund. Okay? Then income on investments. All right? So this is for pension enhancements for some of us that might want to go to annuity. This does not apply to people that have moved to annuity. Okay? The pension enhancements are for retirees on program withdrawal, not annuity. Okay? I need to make that clarification. I think that's the last presentation. It's because our span is running down. People are already so you introduce yourself better so that
privacy pension managers. I have a benefits team. My regulators have done most of the work, if not all the work, really, in terms of setting the stage. But I'll just go to a bit of stats that we have as an industry, what has been paid thus far, and then I'll just wrap it up with some help we will need as operators from you as employers. Thank you. Okay, let's just talking to what has been paid out thus far as at June 2023. So Mr. Guerra has spoken to the modes of withdrawal, program withdrawal. So that's what you have in green there. Then annuity, the 665 here in red. Then death benefits in purple. And then there's the en bloc payments. That's what he was talking about, that when the monthly payout is going to be less than 1/3 of the minimum wage, then typically that person just collects everything. I hope I'm not speaking too fast, but I'm trying to, so he doesn't come for me here. Oh, you can't hear me. Apologies. Can you hear me now? Is it better? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Okay, so I was just saying that this slide, we're just showing the stats of what we've paid as an industry, from the different modes of withdrawal, benefit accessing for our retirees. So program withdrawal, that's what you have in green. 964 there. Then there's the annuity, what we've paid out as death benefits, and then the en bloc. And I was saying that the en bloc payment is what Mr. Biora had said earlier when he mentioned that where the monthly payout is going to be less than 1/3 of the minimum wage. For that reason, we typically will just pay out everything to the RSA holder. Okay, I'll skip this. We're learned. We're learned. Technology is killing me. I'll skip this as well. He's done extensive work on that. So I'm skipping most of the slides, but I just want to stop here very briefly in terms of the pension mortgage. Again, as right from all the speakers, right from Madam Patience, when she had said, why we should encourage people to participate in the scheme more. A lot of us who are working, I'm not sure that people will have savings if not for this scheme. A lot of us as Nigerians, and even beyond the savings we have, now we are able to pay, people are able to get accommodation ahead of retirement from this scheme as well. And so as of September, these are the industry stats across all the operators. 649 RSA holders have accessed the pension, the mortgage facility. Yes, that's as of September. And you can see that initially there was doubt, perhaps, but as the months grew by, more applications were coming, and Fencom has done significantly well in approving all of this. We paid out 7.8 billion as now. So I think it's something to have a clap for Fencom at this point. I'm almost done. I think. Sure what has happened. Okay. I'm not sure what has happened, but I'll just quickly talk to a couple of things as operators where we need your help. So from all the earlier presentations, the first thing is contributions when they're coming in, to make sure that those contributions come in timely, they're accurate, there are no issues, and then to also help us. So even as operators, sometimes, a lot of times, a lot of us come to your organizations as well. Mr. Chichoke had mentioned, no, Mr. Nwite, did I get that right? Okay, he had mentioned about the data recapture, the ECRS. So all of us as RSA holders have to be registered with Pencom via that ECRS before we can access our pension benefits. Now, there's a drive to make sure that people are registered on that, so that if you need to access, whether it's VC or it's retirement benefits, it's not at the time you need the benefits, you start running helter-skelter. Let me explain what I say helter-skelter. Part of the requirements is the NIN, the NIN, National Identity Number, right? In doing that, it's a totally different database from Pencom. And so, like me, I had challenges. And when it comes to so a lot of what we do, but when it comes to other agencies, I saw between NIN and Nigerian immigration for almost a year. I was just cut off because I had disparities, name disparities with my NIN and my passport. And until they resolved that, I couldn't do anything. I couldn't renew my passport. So I was stuck for quite a while. And so it's for us to ensure. The other thing also is, so some of us, with all due respect, so I may have registered on NIN with my football age, maybe 1939. But my original date of birth is 1939. So I registered with football age, maybe 1944 at NIN. Then there are disparities. I registered in Pencom with 1940. All of those things, so it's to tell our colleagues, the employees in the organization, all of those things, they are very important. We need to make sure we maintain the same data across board. Check these things. People usually think, 50 is far or 16 is far. But let's make sure that we click up to this. in terms of the information we have with our PFAs. And so as HR, we'll just ask, please help us to ensure that even your organization, the RSO holders there, as much as possible, because I know we work you guys a lot of times, but can you please help us to ensure that they keep accurate data with the PFAs? PFAs reach out, but sometimes, for example, if I decide I switch numbers and I don't inform my PFA, they'll be sending my contributions and stuff to the old number, which may be reassigned to someone else. So all the things matter. So, but in closing out, I would just like to appeal that, like I mentioned earlier, contributions, they're done timely and accurately. And where there are issues, please give us time as operators for a resolution. So it's not when the beneficiary, the owner of the account, wants to access that we start going back and forth. If the resolutions are done at the point of retirement, it's seamless. And then please help us encourage your staff and colleagues as well, that please ensure that all the data that they have is straightforward, seamless across board. If I'm maintaining for body, let me maintain every room. If I'm using my original, maintain every room. Thank you very much.
So I was asking, where did you do it? She said, there. Where are they sending you to? She don't know. Session, interactive event. But if you are here to register, please kindly do that before you go. If you are here to pick a copy of our flyer, please do that before you go. And the flyer is not only for participation, it's for sponsorship, advert placement, and support. And I'm sure a lot of us have gained one or two things. But people have been asking me, are they going to share the slides? It's not a Zoom session. It's not a normal share slides and you won't participate. Even if they share the slide, will you use it? Let me have your responses. Because some of us, as HR practitioners, we hide information. I don't know why you're hiding it. I don't know. Maybe you will tell me later. So please, as much as we are freely giving, we should also be freely giving out, sharing. Thank you very much. I am not supposed to make my DG stand. So please, for the last time, let us welcome our DG. You can do better, please. As it takes this session. So for those of us that have questions, so please just pass to the ushers, because we already have a lot of questions sitting with him here. So we just take it swiftly and we close the session. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, can we give ourselves a round of applause, please? What of the office, their offices, but I've stayed with us since 8 o'clock till this time. Says a lot about the confidence you have in us as your voice. While the pension scheme is for all of us, it's a lighting self-interest. If you don't know how to assess it, if you don't have critical information about it, then it creates bottleneck for you at a point where you least expect. Because for most of us, it's when people realize they are leaving the system. That's when they start running around trying to get knowledge on how exactly to to assess. And the risk for all of us is this. While you are in the system, you can walk to the HR office and make demands. The moment you are out of the system, you probably have to sign a form at the gate before you come in. And your form is subject to the HR's disposition, whether he wants another button of somebody that has left the system or he wants to allow you to just run. So the point is we all have to take personal responsibility for what happens after we leave the system. And welcome. And one of the things we've realized here today is that the private sector remains the most critical factor in the success of this scheme. Remains the most, beyond paying the highest. Even for an employee to assess, he or she still needs the HR manager, he needs the organization to assist in the process. He still needs the system to create a platform of knowledge, of understanding, because a lot of one of the slides that was shown here when Madam was discussing the issue of fund something, investment limits, fund 1, fund 2, fund 3. I'm not sure 1% of contributors understand or have seen that slide before. So we're all at the mercy of the PFAs, because the PFA also, because of the many issues they have to deal with, they will just give you two options, either the program withdrawal or the annuity. And if the PFA owner is a friend to an insurance firm, they will probably focus more on annuity rather than giving you options for program withdrawal. So a lot of things to learn. And for NECA members, and one of the things we do, we'll probably be bringing pen up back again. Madam, please, we'll be bringing pen up back probably in November during our Committee of Human Resources experts meeting, because we need to understand in details the issue about assessing, because that is the most critical part of this conversation for most persons. Deduction is seamless to some extent, to a large extent, but assessing, is a major issue, and assessing is at the heart of the goodwill of the whole scheme. So thank you once again for staying with us up to this moment. I will handle this discretionary, and you allow me to first give the opportunity to two very important persons that have also stayed with us from this morning till evening. They have questions and clarifications to make. We can use this mic. If I suppose, what's the arrangement for questions?
This mic.
For questions, what's the arrangement?
The mic.
No, for those that want to speak. Okay, so we use the mic. Permit you to call Mr. Mokiko first, so you can just share your questions so that we have come so that they can take the question. We'll take questions first, then we'll answer, then I will read discretionally also read this. Those that we can deal with at the secretariat, we will request you to come to the secretariat so that we deal with them. Others will share. But kindly help us to go straight to the questions, most respectively, straight to the question, and we'll make it as succinct as possible. Thank you, sir. Go ahead, sir.
It's not a question. The contribution. And it is a very passionate appeal to PENCOM. I waited for this opportunity for close to 4 years. I'm happy it came today. A lot of things do not make sense to some of us until you experience it. When my brother, Mr. Ekulayo, presented, he identified stakeholders, and he said the key is the employees. This is very true. But I want to add to it. Very soon, that employee will become a retiree. And then there will be another batch of employees. I've had the privilege of being contributor, now beneficiary. Of course, the program did not provide for the tariff to come and talk. Then during question and answer, we can say anything. And I just want to share my experience with you. I pray for every one of you here. You will also become retirees. The local way to say is that you are the one who will use your hand to collect your benefits. I'm sure you know the opposite of that. That will not be your lot. The aspect of it that I'm appealing to PENCOM for, it will require you to either amend the act. If I was able to, I would have gone on a private bill. I don't think guidelines will solve the problem. Otherwise, I would have said it's very easy. Please look at the guidelines. Pre-2020, those who knew me will know that I'm looking different from what I was then. And I can tell you for free, 2, 3 retirees will die today. They're probably in the hospital now or at home. Why? Because they have no money to buy the drugs they need or to go through the procedure they require. And at the end they go. I thank God I'm still standing. In 2020, I had an affliction. I don't know if this man. At the end of it, they said in there to operate no tongue. See, I don't know if this man is as fallen like starting from teaching hospital. A part of my tongue was removed. They referred me to look, and I had to go through major operations. Post-operation, I needed to go through phases of whatever. I didn't have money. I went to my PFA, one of the best PFAs in Nigeria. Showed them pictures. Of course, they saw me. They saw everything about me. But they said they couldn't do anything unless my companies go ahead. All I was asking for, 5 million naira. Out of how much? Multiples of that. And I asked the question, if I drop dead that day, or within that period, within 1 month maximum, okay, let me say 3 months, somebody called beneficiary will call and he will collect the entire money that refused to give me as beneficiary. This is where I want to appeal to all of you who retire by the grace of God. You will grow old. The interesting thing about it is that when I retired, I didn't access my RSC immediately because I had my gratuity. It took me a couple of some months, year. Then I went, and since then till tomorrow, I have been drawing on a monthly basis. I have been benefited from the enhancement twice. But I can tell you, the balance in that account today is more than the balance that I started with. No. I'm not sure you got the point.
What's frustrating? How do I give it to you?
The balance in that account today is more than the balance I started with. Meanwhile, I calculated what I have been collecting since I retired, since I started. It's already close to 21 million naira. I then ask myself, as you are aging, as you are getting longer in retirement, you are getting close to departure hall. When I finally depart, and I have 100 million naira in that account, who are you going to give it to? Is it a death benefit? I don't think it is a death benefit. Come, please, if I need to prostrate, I'm ready to do that. You see, not for my sake, but for the sake of several, including those who may die today, that have one medical affliction or the other. All they just need is small money to go through surgery or to go through whatever.
but they don't have it. Yet, a PFA somewhere is holding multi-millions on their behalf. So make it happen immediately. Guideline can solve that. But on a long-term basis, please, we need a review of the act. Thank you very much.
Lot of questions, and I believe our colleagues in PENCOM will be taking notes. I want to call on Mr. Bode Ayeku, given us to share his perspective. So let's give a round of applause. Military. So I'm still in active service. Just to inform all the listeners, let me appreciate PENCOM for this opportunity. Just last week, there is a committee of the company secretaries and legal advisors of NECA. It's a platform where all the NECA members meet and do review developments. And an issue was discussed last week, which relates to the topic we are having today. It's in respect of the new framework that PENCOM recently issued regarding the additional benefits that was released recently. And the concerns raised by the members as follows. We have looked at the Pension Reform Act. The name of the act is very clear. It's called the Pension Reform Act. The commission set up to administer and supervise is also called the National Pension Commission, and not National Pension and Benefits Commission. And reading through Section 3 of the Pension Reform Act, it creates just one scheme, and it is called the Contributory Pension Scheme. That scheme is also defined in Section 120 of that same as the scheme set up in Section 3. There is no any other scheme established by the Pension Reform Act 2014. However, we discovered that PENCOM now issued a framework which they call Additional Benefits Scheme. So the legal question is this: can a framework amend or expand a law? Yes, we are aware PENCOM referred to Section 44A, which gives the employer the discretion to give additional benefits to employees. That Section 44A does not provide for how the employer will manage those additional benefits. And if you look at Section 44, it talks about employer can contribute more than the prescribed minimum to the scheme, and referring to the scheme established in Section 3. So the question is, on what legal basis scheme established by law through regulation? And we know some sides to have some gratuity or additional benefits when an employee is leaving. He has served 10 years or served many years.
He's the chairman of one of the legal committees.
Over the years,
he's the chairman
since PENCOM Reform was established in 2004, there has never been any intention to fund this pension. They have been managing it without any issue. Now it should be noted, the issue of employers having gratuity falls under collective bargaining agreement with employees from time to time. And the management is also the management of those gratuity or any other benefits set up by the employers for the employees, definitely regulated by collective bargaining agreement. Now, recently, PENCOM is now mandating employers to transfer those benefits to custodians or to ensure that they put everything in place to bring the scheme within the management of PENCOM. And the challenge for the employers and employee unions are this: if the scheme, the new scheme introduced by the framework, which is not recognized by law, is operational, then PENCOM and the custodian will be charging on a monthly basis fees, which will be a burden to the scheme on its own. If at the minimum, for example, if an employer has additional benefits that they are managing for employees when they leave the scene, which is not tied to retirement, don't be after you have served a period of time, you get it. And that scheme is now mandated to pay additional fee. If you have around maybe 20 billion you are managing, every month you'll be paying to both PENCOM and custodian a minimum of 6 million naira. And the benefits are not known for this. So the question is, why is going over and above what the law provides? Why can't the PENCOM, the commission allow the employers to continue to manage their additional benefits as they deem necessary? Otherwise, it will just create unnecessary unrest, industrial unrest in the system. And I think it's something this interactive forum has given us the opportunity to have a review at it. The appeal from the Committee of Company Secretary and Legal Advisor of NECA is for PENCOM to review this framework, step it down, and if it becomes necessary, because we are talking of interpretation of the law, we can seek judicial interpretation in order to avoid industrial unrest. Thank you.
Response for this before we go into this, so I can give it the mic. So let me just take the views from the first response to Mr. Bobicon's appeal. I think that probably will be taking people back to PENCOM for the quota. But the second one that has to do with the legal aspect here. I agree with you. CPS is established under Section 3 of the Act. I also agree with you that the additional benefit is established under Section 44A of the Act. And now your question is whether the subsidiary legislation can be used to expand the scope of the substantive law. Of course, you know, regulations, excuse me. Of course, you know that regulations, frameworks, benefits in addition to the contributions made. Now, you are looking at whether if you give such money to the PFAs and the kept under the custodians, whether it is unlawful to charge any fees on it. I was just talking to my colleagues and they told me that the fees charged on it is earned income. I don't know if you have advanced your mind to that, because they invest such money. This provision made for additional benefits is under the PRA regime. And you know, if we can't leave that fund outside the purview of the industry, the pension industry, it will be subject to mismanagement. Now, not 2014, look at 44A. Yeah, the 44A said additional benefits as agreed by the employee. We are talking about collective bargaining and all that. Remember, some employees establish that additional benefit solely on their own, which will pay. It's like a handshake when you are leaving. Okay? You say you may do that. Yeah. May, if you look at the word, it's may establish additional benefits. So, in other words, it's not even mandatory. We are not compared. I don't think there's any organization that PENCOM has proceeded against for not establishing additional benefits. But when you establish it now, it is managed by a PFA and then kept under the custody of the custodian. And the PFA invests this money So end income, the fee you're talking about, the charge on income ends. So that they'll be charging fees on the entire fund. I just talked to my colleagues now on how it works. So our comment is that you will not mandated to do it. If you look at the weddings, I may want to establish. You may. You didn't say shall. And nobody has been proceeding against by PENCOM, no organization, for not establishing additional benefit. Of course, it is just proper that somebody who has worked with you is leaving you after 10 years, 20 years. You don't let the person go bare-handed. You just say thank you for doing that. And then you see it is a very good practice that organizations do to keep the employees. Organizations that don't have additional benefit or thank you when you are leaving may find it difficult to retain employees compared to those who do. I think that is just the comment. So there is no such fee charged fully on the entire fund, and there's no compulsion to do that. If you look at the words of the law, I don't know if you have looked at it. You can read it out. 44A. May agree. May agree. Okay. Look at 44A. Play to you. Then just one. Hello. Since we are not in court, no. Let me use my first you can kindly sit down, sir. Let me use my discretion to handle this. Now, as it is a strong observation from us that we need a kind of engagement outside of here. We can't, you say you don't like lawyers. And you are contending with one that you probably cannot win here. So we'll create a forum. I think we should take this conversation immediately out of here, especially on this issue that we feel very strongly about. So that we deal with that issue and come up with a very amicable, understanding position between both parties. For us to have raised it, that means some other persons have a strong position about it. It is not the rightness or the wrongness of it, whether it's right or wrong, but the fact is that I have a strong position about this. And you can't just dismiss it and say it doesn't exist or it doesn't happen. So we create a platform. So we plead or we urge social dialogue. So we dialogue about it, so we come to a good understanding of this is our position and this is your position, then we all align with the position of the law. Other issues about best practice or not best practice, whether you give the golden handshake or not. So sometimes we say we shouldn't do best practice again. We should be best fits. When the National Bureau of Statistics came up with use best practice to arrive at less than 5% unemployment rate in the country, everybody says that is not correct. But it was best practice that they used. The best practice parameter that was just approved by the ILO. So everybody said, look, let's use best fits. Let's come back to the reality of us, which I don't know why we like bad things, which was the unemployment rate then was 33%. We all seem to be comfortable with that 33% unemployment rate. I don't know why. So let's come back to ourselves. Then we have this conversation immediately after now. But we have, yes, we shall meet after this interactive forum to deal with the issues. And one of the outcomes that I mentioned is what we just seen, that we raise areas that are gray so that PENCOM can shed more light
on those areas. I think if we close now, I think we've achieved one of the outcomes that we actually want. We'll take this quickly. I'll just read to colleagues so that you can make the mic shade. You can just make the mic available. This person said an ex-employee who had accessed 25% after losing his or her job for 4 months and getting another job, can he or she access this 25% for mortgage again? He had accessed, he lost his job, he stayed out for 4 months, collected 25%. The 7th month, he got another job. Can he access 25% mortgage? I think that is just fine. Yes, he can. First mentioned issue of inadequate coverage in the informal sector. That what is Pencom doing, I think, is an informal sector operator. Now, what are we doing exactly about the informal sector operators to improve coverage?
Wants to be, because there is micro pension for the informal sector. So is it complaining about the campaign, or I don't know? Is he saying that the campaign is not elaborate enough, or wants more a wider coverage? Because there is a provision for
yes, the 5th floor. There is, so we can shed more light on the issue of micro pension. This person mentioned the issue of non-compliance and that Pencom hardly audits such companies. Now, if your company is not remitting, if you are if 8% is being deducted from your salary and you're not getting alert from your PFA, then you should escalate. Go to Pencom's website. There are emails where you can write to enforcement to actually escalate, be a whistleblower for your own sake and the sake of your colleagues. This person mentioned contribution is based on basic transport and housing. The word of an employee that is not on transport is not being paid transport allowance but enjoys company official car. That on that basis will the contribution be?
basic salary, transport, and housing is actually the minimum. The condition says based on terms and conditions. So there could be other things placed there, but it should not be less than basic housing and transport.
Housing, the other allowances as may be necessary. Now, if you have passed the level where you are not collecting transport, that means you have official car and the company is foiling it, then for your own 8% contribution, it can be basic housing, then any other allowance that is available, it can still be pitched as part of the 8%, subject to the internal processes, if I'm correct, of the company. So it's not limited. The minimum is basic transport and housing. It can go beyond, it can be gross. The 8% can be on gross, is also allowed. Kindly throw more light on the mode of assessing pension on program withdrawal and annuity. We will share this slide. And the second to the last slide that is shared, there is the 2 columns that shows program withdrawal and annuity. So it's for you to check and pick the best one. We also advise sometimes that just ask the PFA to give you the benefits. don't go further into the conversation about which one is best. So if I'm a PFA, I have interest in insurance business, I will sell annuity to you because annuity is more to the insurance industry. I will sell annuity to you. I will demarket program withdrawal. And if I'm also treated to a program withdrawal, I will demarket annuity. So the choice should be yours as the contributor to say, just give me the benefits, then let me make my decision about the choice. This person asks, can I move from program withdrawal to annuity, then from annuity back to program withdrawal? Let's give the mic, please. If I'm in program withdrawal, can I move to annuity? Then if I'm not satisfied in the annuity arrangement, can I move back to program withdrawal?
Move from program withdrawal to annuity, but you cannot move from annuity to program withdrawal.
You can move from program withdrawal to annuity. So once you get to annuity, you are stuck in annuity. You cannot go back again. Thank you. So what is PENCOM doing about collaborating with NIMC agency? NIN process is a huge bureaucracy that delay RSA account opening for minimum of 3 months. Is the mortgage plan applicable to all RSA account holder? Yes, it's applicable. On the issue of collaboration with NIMC, I think it's something that PENCOM might want to look at. I think somebody mentioned we should do interactive forum with NIM, which will also explore. Suffice to also say, it might be also helpful for PENCOM to explore the collaboration with Federal Mortgage Bank. We're also in collaboration with Federal Mortgage Bank, and last year, I think the National Housing Fund scheme, we actually launched or commissioned houses in about 8 states of the federation, including Maiduguri, and the opportunity for member companies of NECA to log into those schemes is very aligned. The property that might interest you more is, if you are going to Redeemed Church, just by Deeper Life, beside Deeper Life, there is 102 units, 102 units of 1-bedroom flats, 2-bedroom flats, and 3-bedroom flats. There is almost 90% completed now. That is ready for offtake. So members of NECA have the opportunity to log in to that project. So if a member company, you can see any of my colleagues, they'll guide you through the process of becoming a part owner of that 102 units. I must tell you that about 50% of the units have been taken on by staff of member company. So if you are interested, please see us. And your 25% is a good way to start with the issue of equity contribution. The beauty about it again is not really a mortgage, it is a rent to own. It's a rent to own. So you are not even paying equity contribution. So you just move in and you pay as if you are paying rent for 25 years, for 30 years, depending on your current age. So if retirement age is 60 and you are 45, that means you have 15 years to pay. If you are 25, that means you have 5 years to pay. So it's a good opportunity for you to leverage on this. Is it compulsory for a staff who earns less than 50,000 naira to contribute to pension? A staff earning less than 50,000 naira, is it compulsory? All of the staff earning less than the minimum wage, is it compulsory? That's the second part of it.
Vision that employment operation, this is a issue, and was not issue. So the question now is, what kind of organization is person working? So if it's person working for an organization that employs less than 3 people, or an organization that employs more than 3 people, it's working for an organization that employs more than 3 people, it's compulsory. For less than 3 people, it's voluntary. Micro pensions. I guess what this question, the person is asking is working in an organization and his salary is 50,000, right? That is by assumption. So the law does not recognize whether you're paid 10,000 or 20,000. But what the law recognizes, as long as you have employment in either public or private sector, you take salary, then your contribution is compulsory and investment in 3 elements: basic, housing, and transport. But the employer can decide, and I think we can discuss, can decide on his own now to pay on your behalf and even increase the 18%. So just be up to 8% of income from the salary.
Yeah. Questions here, but there are questions that you can find answers to if you read the frequently asked questions on the portal of income, or if you check the frequently asked questions on the portal of any of the RSs, they'll give answers to it. Now, we are going to select these questions again. We'll send the soft copy to PECOM. Okay.
The sense of this interactive session is to get feedback from the contributors, including those that retired from the system. I'm happy that you made 2 suggestions. It's a policy issue that can be solved, like you said, through guidelines in the short run, and perhaps looking at reviewing the acts. We are here to get your feedback, and I promise you that we'll take this to those people that are making policy for the organization. Unfortunately, for now, like you heard from one of the speakers, the commission has no board now, but we are hoping that in the next few days, the board will be inaugurated, and thereafter, after careful consideration of this suggestion, I really appreciate this, and I think it's something that we can go and really deliberate and then think about, because you raise pertinent issues of what the benefits will my own RSA balance be if I die, for simple reason that I cannot access maybe a small fraction. So perhaps, just like I said, it's another suggestion, just like they have board of inquiries for missing persons, there could be board for medical, whatever, so that they can now sit down and look at the conditions. But one issue here is that, you know, in most of the fora that I talk, we are all Nigerians. Really, that is one of the problems of I'm a Nigerian, through and through. There are some people that will now create things. In fact, that is why sometimes laws and regulations and guidelines are done with extreme caution and care, such that nobody will exploit those loopholes. But like I said earlier, we'll take this feedback and perhaps something that
I thought there was a car.
the other issue that I want to discuss is the issue raised by the second speaker concerning the fees. Mr. Mwete addressed the issue of the computation or the management fees being charged by pension fund managers for managing that additional revenue. What most employers are not aware of, apart from the RSA that will regulate the fees, an employer can enter into agreement with a manager to charge as minimum as what, because it's an agreement that manage my fund. You can now decide part of the agreement is only when you make profit that you can charge. So if you don't make profit, you cannot charge me. And the other issue is that the issue of now we are like stripping the assets by managers because of these fees. And I think going by what our senior students say, honestly, this pension fund and so that are making a hell lot of money for us. If you look at just like you confirm that his money is growing by the day. So I'm sure if you agree with the managers, the fees will be such that it will be minimal, it will not have any impact on the balance or on the fund that is being managed. Secondly, the regulation is trying
much instance having a big, a big milestone. We all have this. Please just take time to read this again. So for us, the train moves to Kano on the 10th and to Abuja on the 12th. And we want to appeal, appeal to PENCOM, even as we progress in all the zones, that we have the same very strong representation, so that the issues that will arise in those areas too, they can be addressed them sufficiently. Also, it's very important that we all note and we're all living here agreeing that the employer is not the demon, that the employer is not, and we not deliberately want to escape the issue of clients. There are circumstances sometimes that might just fall. What I mentioned earlier, that probably it's time for us to visit if the need arises, because we know many companies, many member companies have approached those issues within the context of the pension, and also issues with their auditors, and we have escalated directly to the office of the compliance and chief compliance officer, and we resolve those issues. So for you also, if you are a NECA member, I'm a marketing officer, I'm chief marketing officer for NECA. So if you're a NECA member and you have issues with PENCOM, whatever context, please escalate to create a mediation platform where we can resolve all those issues. So I hand over to my colleague, even as she runs off the program.
Thank you. I think we should celebrate ourselves once more. We really thank us for staying. I want to thank you for ending the session with us. You have been a very interactive audience. Send your staff and sometimes the staff as well, so that they come and hear. And so it sort of minimizes what you have to say as an HR manager. The MC has done an excellent job of letting you know about our NECA Excellence Awards that is taking on the 29th of November to participate. And we look forward to your company, Imagine the Employer of the Year for 2023. And then finally, I would like to let us know that we have our social media handles, and we encourage you to follow us on all our activities, our advocacy activities that take place in the secretariat. The DG has mentioned that he's the Chief Marketing Officer and his assistants. For those of us who are not NECA members yet, you can please see the secretariat, the registration desk for you to pick up the application form. So thank you once again. Thank you for participating. And I'd like to call Mr. Babangida to come to the stage to give the vote of thanks. Please, can we appreciate him as he comes?
So, good afternoon once more. I'm sure we have had a very good sessions. So on behalf of the staff of management of National Pension Commission, I'd like to thank, first of all, the management of NECA for organizing this very wonderful event. I would also like to thank our MC. It has been a wonderful experience. And last but not the least, our wonderful audience for giving us the support and the attention to interact with you. So I thank you very much for your attendance. I'll pray for some of you that are now traveling out and then going back to this. I pray for journey's mercies. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Don't you think we know? So thinking about the body. This one. What? Hello, Badu. The body, my body. You are on. What's going on? Probably so that 2%. After analyze market, I'll put him to start. He's asking with the flash video after body. Set up as a ton flash yet you all the money. For the corner. And those of which just 2 tracks. Now, 1 gig. Only 1 gig is going to move. Say your answers. I know if it was. He's acting like who wants to say machines.
Final announcement. Please be on the stage one.
Very true.
Please let's see what
But so that it goes up and I don't go to $3. I don't come off for market and now my market is not bitter. At $3. Or $3, I don't take God. My card is not very sure. Stand up, don't take God now. Don't go anyone now. That one. No, personal feeling, but that's not. I thought I'm so flashy.
Yeah, yes,
But I'm less. Okay.
So,
Let me check that. I'm not really going to it's not make this fine is something notable. Fine to buy. You know, this is our life. Sad. What's up?